I call this meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 118 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Health. Before we begin, I would like to ask all members and other in-person participants to consult the cards on the table for guidelines to prevent audio feedback incidents. Please take note of the following preventative measures in place to protect the health and safety of all participants, including the interpreters. Use only a black approved earpiece. The former gray earpieces must no longer be used. Keep your earpiece away from all microphones at all times. When you're not using your earpiece, place it face down on the sticker placed on the table for this purpose. Thank you all for your cooperation. Pursuant to the order of reference adopted by the House of Commons on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2024, the committee is commencing its clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare. I'd like to provide members of the committee with a few comments on how the committee will proceed with clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-64. As the name indicates, this is an examination of all the clauses in the order in which they appear in the bill. I will call each clause successively, and each clause is subject to debate and a vote. If there are amendments to the clause in question, I will recognize the member proposing it who may explain it. I would like to remind committee members that pursuant to the order adopted by the House on Wednesday, May 22nd, all amendments had to be submitted to the clerk of the committee by 4 p.m. on Friday, May 24th. As a result, the chair will only allow amendments submitted before that deadline to be moved and debated. In other words, only amendments contained in the distributed package of amendments will be considered. When no further members wish to intervene, the amendment will be voted on. Amendments will be considered in the order in which they appear in the package of amendments. In addition to having to be properly drafted in a legal sense, amendments must also be procedurally admissible. The chair may be called upon to rule amendments inadmissible if they go against the principle of the bill or beyond the scope of the bill, both of which were adopted by the House when it agreed to the bill at second reading, or if they offend the financial prerogative of the Crown. Amendments have been given a number in the top right corner to indicate which party submitted them. There's no need for a seconder to move an amendment. Once moved, you will need unanimous consent to withdraw it. During debate on an amendment, members are permitted to move sub-amendments. Approval from the mover of the amendment is not required. Sub-amendments must be provided in writing. Only one sub-amendment may be considered at a time, and that sub-amendment cannot be amended. When a sub-amendment is moved to an amendment, it is voted on first. Then another sub-amendment may be moved, or the committee may consider the main amendment and vote on it. Finally, pursuant to the order adopted by the House, if the committee has not completed the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill by 8:30 p.m., all remaining amendments submitted to the committee shall be deemed moved. The chair shall put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses and amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill, and the committee shall not adjourn the meeting until it has disposed of the bill. I thank the members for their attention and wish everyone a productive clause-by-clause consideration of Bill C-64. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome our witnesses who are available at Expert Witnesses way down there for any questions related to the legislation that members might have. And you will recognize them from the Department of Health, Michelle Boudreau, Associate Assistant Deputy Minister from the Strategic Policy Branch, and Daniel McDonald, the Director General, Office of Pharmaceutical Management Strategies, Strategic Policy Branch. All of that by way of preliminary. We'll now move to clause by clause. Pursuant to Standing Order 75 Sub 1, consideration of Clause 1, the short title, and of the preamble are postponed. The Chair therefore calls Clause 2. Since there are a few amendments to Clause 2, the definitions clause, I would suggest, based on advice from the legislative clerks, that we postpone the study of Clause 2 until the end. This will allow us to first consider and then make a decision on amendments that could have an impact on the definitions. As a reminder, the definitions clause of a bill is not the place to propose a substantive amendment to a bill unless other amendments have been adopted that would warrant amendments to the definition clause. And for clarity, as an example, there is an amendment, CPC 2, that proposes to add a definition for Indigenous governing body, but as of right now, the words Indigenous governing body do not appear in the bill. So by postponing Clause 2, we can determine whether or not to put those words in the bill. That would dictate whether or not it is appropriate to assign a definition in the legislation. So I'm asking for your consensus to postpone Clause 2 until the end. Is that the will of the meeting? Okay. I think, how about over on the Liberal side? I haven't heard anyone over there. Okay. I see consensus. Thank you, colleagues. That will make things move more smoothly. So then, that then takes us to Clause 3, right here. Okay, so the chair calls Clause 3, and the first amendment for Clause 3 is CPC 7. CPC 7 is on page 7 of the package, and it stands in the name of Dr. Ellis. Dr. Ellis, would you like to move CPC 7?
Sure. Thanks, Chair. So I move that Bill C-64 in Clause 3 be amended by replacing lines 1 to 3 on page 3 with the following. 3, the purpose of this act is to create a funding framework for certain prescription drugs and related products intended for contraception or the treatment of diabetes, and to support. Continue on from there.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Dr. Ellis.
So, I think the big thing that we're looking for here is it's very clear in the original title of this bill that this is not universal pharmacare. And certainly Canadians need to know that is what this particular bill is. And the two medications that it does propose to cover are simply contraception and treatment of diabetes and potentially associated devices. And even that is a bit of a stretch given the fact that I think we learned during testimony that the lists put out on Canada.ca are really, I apologize for saying it as such, but not built on reality, but only in the sense that they can be modified, added to, subtracted, et cetera, et cetera. So, I think the big thing with respect to those two lists, from my perspective, is I'm very uncertain as to why they were even put out in the first place, because no one ever said they were examples or anything like that. They alluded to the fact that perhaps they are the formulary to come. And we also heard several glaring examples that were missing from those lists, including perhaps the most successful medication to treat diabetes ever, known as Ozempic or semaglutide. So given that, I think that the clarity is needed on behalf of Canadians to say, as I mentioned, this is certain prescription drugs, certainly not all. And who knows what potentially may or may not come in the future. So I shall leave it at that.
Mr. Doherty?
Yeah. It's hard for me to chime in after I've missed a majority of the debate and discussion on this, but let's call it for what it is. It's being billed as pharmacare, but it really is not pharmacare. Pharmacare implies that a national pharmacare program implies that any drug that Canadians are looking for, they shall be able to receive. Further to what Dr. Ellis has said is that this piece of legislation really just deals with two main areas of concern, and that is contraception as well as diabetes. Two very important topics and issues that Canadians face and are dealing with. And I think if you've read the amendments that, the common sense amendments that have been put forth by our Conservative colleagues, is that let's call it for what it is. And let's not mislead Canadians. I think it's important that us here at this committee, I've said this all along, we do some of our best work in Parliament at the committee, at committees, but it calls for common sense for all of us. The work that we do here will be reported to the House, and at that point then, Canadians will know that they, what this Bill C-64 entails. I don't think that there's any requirement for us to build this as anything other than, what it does. And it funds certain, it's a funding framework for certain prescription drugs and related products intended for contraception, for the treatment of diabetes, and to support. And I think that there, and it's not just this bill, but others, we struggle in this House at times to for common sense to come into play, and I think this is just a common sense amendment that our colleague, Doc Ellis, has put forth, and I support CPC 7.
Thank you, Mr. Doherty. Mr. Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did want to thank you again for giving us plenty of notice. It was 2 weeks ago that you wrote to us letting us know about amendments and the timetable required, so that gave us adequate time to prepare amendments. This particular amendment I would not support. What it does is actually limit the scope, the purpose and principles of the pharmacare bill. And we've heard from the majority of witnesses, we're very clear about this being important legislation that will make a difference in people's lives. And they want to see the bill adopted, not changed, and in this case, limiting the scope of pharmacare. They want to see it move forward. And I think particularly the compelling testimony from people with diabetes that are paying $1,000, sometimes $1,500 a month for diabetes medication that is a struggle for them each and every day. They have to put food on the table, they have to keep a roof over their head, and at the same time they have to pay for medication. And as you know, Mr. Chair, every other country that has universal health care, and the NDP, of course, under Tommy Douglas, fought hard in a minority parliament to get universal health care. Every single country that has universal health care has universal pharmacare. So to limit the scope or the purpose of the Act, to my mind, does a disservice not only to all those who are going to benefit from pharmacare in its first stage, which is diabetes medication and contraception, but to all of those who are looking to see the next stage of pharmacare. And I particularly flag constituents in my riding that are paying $1,000 a month for heart medication. If they don't take that heart medication, very similar to diabetes medication, they die. And they are forced, their families are forced to come up with $1,000 each and every month. Any member of Parliament who believes in fighting against affordability issues, and of course, we saw under the previous government, the Conservative government, we saw housing prices double, we saw food bank lineups double. Tragically, we've seen the same thing under the current government. So I think members of Parliament are all aware of the affordability issues that have happened with the last 17 years of doubling and then doubling again, of housing prices, doubling and then doubling again, of food bank lineups. We need to start providing this relief. The NDP's dental care program has helped 100,000 seniors already have access to dental care, and this pharmacare bill, once it's passed and the agreements are negotiated by the Minister of Health, will help 6 million Canadians with diabetes, 9 million Canadians who look for contraception. So I think if we're concerned about affordability, we should all be voting for the bill, but not limiting its purpose, and that's why I'm voting no on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Julian. Mr. Naqvi, please.
Thank you, Chair. I suggest members also vote against this suggested amendment. This is a framework legislation in developing a farmer care system in Canada. Clause 3 is important in terms of outlining the purpose under which this framework legislation is developed. Of course, we are talking about the first phase of that framework around farmer care, and making the kind of amendments that is being proposed limits the scope and the purpose of the legislation as a framework piece of legislation. So in that spirit, our recommendation is that we vote against these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Doherty, please.
I think it's interesting that our colleague from Mr. Julian takes the opportunity to slag the previous government when indeed he's supported this the Liberal government for the last 9 years, and we've seen the affordability crisis like we've never seen in generations. We've got more Canadians visiting food banks under this government and under this coalition than ever before. We see more homeless encampments under this coalition than ever before. And so it's a little rich for our colleague down the way, whom I respect, to stand there and use this as an opportunity to slag a government that and slag any intentions that we put forth. This is not a farmer care bill. And there's no illusions of this. And why are we lying to, and I won't say we, why are they lying to Canadians? They're misleading Canadians, giving false hope that this is a pharmacare bill. If the heart medications that our colleague brings up of his constituent, if that was truly important to them, why is that not included in this version of this bill? Why? It is simply a campaign brochure that they can, both parties, the coalition can stand up and say, this is what we've done for you. 100% wedge issues, trying to paint Conservatives and whoever else into a corner and twist themselves up. The simple fact is that they're misleading Canadians on this. The writing's on the wall. We know what's going to happen. It'll be the Conservatives that are standing up for the truth and trying to make sure, look, if this bill's going to pass, why don't we just call it what it is? Why not be clear with Canadians? It's bizarre for me that we sit here and we, you want to, stand up and wave the flag and say that you've trumpeted and you've got pharmacare through, or a dental, a national dental program. It's not a dental program. Most dentists will not prescribe to that dental program because there's not enough information. They have no idea as to how it's going to work. It's great that our colleague down the way says that he's got 100,000 seniors that he knows of or that they know of in the first 22 days of this. That's amazing. But the people that I talk to will not sign up for it. The dentists that I talk to will not sign up for it because there's not enough information. So there isn't a national dental care program, just the same as there will not be a national pharmacare program, because the work has not been done in advance to make sure that that Canadians from coast to coast that either have plans currently will be made whole, or what the Canadians that do not have a plan right now, what will they be getting? It's very frustrating when we sit here and we listen to the rhetoric that comes out of some of our colleagues, and they take every opportunity when we're just simply having a normal conversation, and they simply take every opportunity to slag, a party that has been in hasn't been in power for 10 years yet. They've been in a coalition for at least 9 years now, and they have backed this government every step of the way through every scandal that this government has gone through. They have sided with them. It's deeply disappointing that the NDP has fallen so far, and continue to back a government that is corrupt and on their way out.
Dr. Ellis?
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks to my colleague. It's interesting. I had been hopeful, and I think after my colleague, Mr. Doherty, and I started off this round with a couple of short rationale for accepting the amendment that we had proposed, and realistically, without much in the way of partisan rhetoric, simply to point out that this bill does not talk about other medications. And I guess I would be aghast, but probably not now. I should be aghast that a 4-page bill, if you take out the preamble, is what this NDP Liberal coalition thinks a pharmacare bill should look like. After 10 hours of witness testimony, and the other part of that interesting witness testimony is having Dr. Morgan and Dr. Gagnon here, and everybody heard their testimony. Now, as interesting as it may be, the two of them, thankfully, were not in the same room. One was virtual, one was here, but they were both billed as Canada's leading experts on pharmacare. And we know that neither one of them had any input into this bill, none, zero. And two Canadian experts on pharmacare who touted the incredible benefits of pharmacare, of what it could be and what it should be, et cetera, when what we hear is that they had zero input. Now, people around the table may think, okay, well, that's normal. This is not how a government works. It wouldn't reach out to Canada's leading experts on pharmacare. No, what would it do? Well, I quite frankly, I have no idea what they did. I would suspect that somehow in-house they dreamt up this pharmacare pamphlet of 4 pages, which sadly, people are going into pharmacies now and asking for their free medications. And we know that this bill does not exist. We also know that there is no possibility anywhere in the near future that this is going to come into being, in the sense that there is an incredible bureaucratic framework that now exists to continue the creation of the Canada Drug Agency and the phase out of the CADTH, and then the creation of this heretofore, here as yet unknown council of experts, or whatever the bureaucratic name is, where they're coming from, who they are. Maybe 2 of Canada's leading experts in pharmacare will be on that council of experts. But again, that council of experts is not to make this bill better. It is to actually then decide which diabetes and contraceptive medications will be on a formulary, which doesn't exist, even though, as I mentioned previously, 2 lists came out that say these are the medications which will likely be within the scope of the pharmacare pamphlet. And that is not transparency. It is not sunny ways. It is not allowing Canadians in any way, shape, or form to begin to have an understanding of what Bill C-64 is. They may have aspirational goals, which is fine. Everybody should have goals for themselves they set and reevaluate. But to pretend that this is anything but an idea, you know, as one of my colleagues once says, this is out there telling Canadians that you have built a house for them, that you're going to give to them for free, when realistically you have even yet to consult with the architect. Here it is, we've built your house, but we really have no plan. And now we're going to have arguments from the NDP Liberal Coalition suggesting that this is a fully completed house and that this will be a comprehensive plan when it's all done, when sadly, on behalf of Canadians, we would implore the acceptance of the amendment because we know what the truth is. No transparency and no sunny ways here. You know, the other difficulty, of course, is our NDP colleague talking about the last 17 years now. Yeah. Well, it's fascinating that the ghost of Stephen Harper lives deep in the heads of the NDP Liberal Coalition, rent-free forever. You know, I wish I would have had a nickel for every time I heard them mention Mr. Harper's name, in a disparaging way, of course. Even though, you know, when the Harper government left, we know that the average rents since that time have doubled, the average mortgage payments have doubled, the cost, the inflationary cost of interest rates has literally put, if there were such a thing, literally put Canadians in the poorhouse. It's fascinating to me that again, our NDP, part of the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition, wants to go on and talk about how difficult things have been for the last 17 years. Canadians know that now more than ever, there's no chance for the NDP ever to form any government in this country. Sadly, the late Jack Layton probably took them as close to the promised land as they're ever going to get. And certainly with the way things are going and the promises they're making and the difficult coalition and the hole that they've dug for themselves, I would suggest that they're going to be like Moses. They're going to see the promised land, but they're never ever going to get there. So, you know, when we talk about the cost of things and how difficult it is for Canadians, again, this government really is quite fascinating in the sense that they have this strange idea that after they've created a problem for Canadians, now they want to build themselves as the savior to come in and free Canadians from the bondage that they have created. And we know that their fiscal irresponsibility is one part of that. And when you look at their fiscal irresponsibility, you know, I guess I would challenge Canadians out there today. Let's think about the money that they spent on vaccine factories in this country. You know, first we have the vaccine partnership with Mitsubishi Tanabe Group. And Mitsubishi Tanabe Group came here with a plant-based vaccine, which the World Health Organization, because it was based on the nicotine plant, the World Health Organization said, you know what, it's going to be very difficult for us to use this, and also because Philip Morris International, a major tobacco player, was involved with the development and the ownership of that company, that the World Health Organization chose to say, you know what, there's no way, shape, or form that this vaccine could potentially be used on the world market because of the association with Philip Morris International. So what happened after that? Well, in this fiscal irresponsibility, as I'm pointing out, is that then Philip Morris got out of the whole Medicago Mitsubishi Tanabe partnership, and the Canadian government continued while working on, strangely enough, in the face, and I'll come back to this because I think it's germane and important, in the face of the National Microbiology Lab scandal, where two scientists were released
Point of order.
from the National Microbiology.
Mr. Julian, on a point of order?
Yeah, I question relevance. As you know, Mr. Chair, within committee, there are two sacred rules when you're trying to block legislation in a filibuster, and the two sacred rules are you can't be repetitive and you have to be relevant. And the comments, Mr. Ellis, are straying now into irrelevance.
I agree with you, Mr. Julian, and I trust that Dr. Ellis will bring it back to CPC number 7. Dr. Ellis.
Absolutely, Chair, and if the member were paying rapt attention, as he should be, because he fails to understand the facts, I did mention that this is a dissertation which is about fiscal irresponsibility. And the irresponsibility and the disinformation peddled by this government. So I shall continue. So if the member wishes to pay close attention, then it won't be necessary to interrupt. So that being said, when we began to look at this government's, this NDP Liberal costly coalition government's idea of fiscal responsibility, it's related to the fact that even during the time when we knew that two scientists had been dismissed
Point of order.
from the National
Mr. Julian, on a
Microbiology
point of
Lab.
order?
Mr. Chair, this is irrelevant to the discussion of CPC 7. So again, there's an issue of relevance here that Dr. Ellis needs to be attentive to, and I would ask you to bring him to order, please.
Dr. Ellis, the connection that you're trying to make between CPC 7 and the labs is tenuous at best, so I'd ask you to come back to it, please.
That's not a problem, Chair. So as I was saying, the two Chinese-Canadian scientists dismissed from the National Microbiology Lab in the face of the Canadian NDP Liberal costly coalition government creating a partnership with Mitsubishi Tanabe and Philip Morris.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. You've directed Dr. Ellis. He's now floating the rules in quite a disturbing way.
Actually, I'm not sure that you gave him enough time to make the connection to be able to say that. So it does appear that you're correct, but I think that we need to hear a little more to have him define the connection.
Yes,
Go ahead, Dr.
Thank you, Chair. You know, patience is a virtue, and perhaps my colleague with the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition is anxious to get his vote-buying bill passed. But that being said, I think it's important that Canadians understand that the frivolous spending nature of this government is directly related to what we're talking, and germane with respect to what we're talking about today, in the sense that we know, and perhaps this is why the member doesn't want me to talk about it, but we know almost $500 million, $500 million, was wasted with the collapse of the Medicago factory manufacturing facility. And what happened? Well, we know that that money then disappeared. And we also know that there are some difficulties with respect to the intellectual property related to the plant-based vaccine, which was deemed to be irrelevant by the World Health Organization. And Chair, you know, continuing on with that same vein, what do we see this morning but another news study related to another $130 million wasted by this government on another vaccine factory called Novavax, which has once again not produced any vaccines and has had 2 phase 3 clinical trials which have failed for respiratory syncytial virus. Now, that doesn't mean that any of that work is not important, but what it does mean is the frivolous spending nature associated with this NDP Liberal costly coalition and the lack of transparency on behalf of Canadians to allow them to begin to understand where the billions of dollars are being
Point of order,
spent.
Mr. Chair. I gave Dr. Ellis a minute and a half, as you did. The normal practice when somebody continues to break the rules that govern committees is that you pass to the next person on the list, on the speaking list. I know that this is a filibuster, but it's a particularly inelegant one because it's irrelevant. It's not related to CPC 7.
Mr. Julian, on this, I respectfully disagree. In the last minute and a half, it's pretty clear that the theme of Dr. Ellis's intervention is transparency and the responsible management of the fiscal purse, and he is citing examples other than the one that is contained in CPC 7 that supports what he's saying. So I know what he's saying is something that he and maybe others, but not everyone, would agree or disagree with. But I do see the link as tenuous as it is based on what he said in the last minute or so. So I don't accept that it's irrelevant, and I would ask Dr. Ellis to go on.
Well, thank you very much for your support, Chair, and I know that on behalf of the folks in Prince Edward Island, this is an important part of what they would like to understand with respect to the frivolous and non-transparent nature of this costly coalition. So picking up the thread of where we were was now at the Novavax story, and the Novavax story continues to be related to the frivolous spending of this costly coalition. And not surprisingly, and again, as I said, I want to make it clear because I know that someone will attempt to make this tenuous connection that I don't support this or I don't support that, which is what they always say. You know, even the Prime Minister is there in my riding on Friday suggesting that you know, that I don't support contraception when I would certainly suggest that the thousands and tens of thousands of prescriptions that I wrote for contraceptives would fly directly in the face of that, even though he had more MPs there from other Nova Scotia ridings than there were spectators. But that, Chair, I would suggest is a little off topic, and I'll come back to the frivolous spending. So I won't.
I disagree. You're talking about contraception.
Well, there you go.
But that's actually right in your amendment.
Well, thank you very much
Yes.
for that, Chair.
Yeah.
I guess I was simply related to the fact that that there were more MPs than spectators there, which perhaps is irrelevant, but not as irrelevant as the costly coalition. So back to where we were with respect to Novavax. So Novavax is an opportunity, it was an opportunity for Canadians, which again, it appears the costly coalition continues to just want to back the wrong horse, because now we have another non-mRNA based vaccine, which potentially could be useful around the world, but unable to actually produce any vaccine, and failed trials, as I said, with respect to RSV, or respiratory syncytial virus, 2 phase 3 clinical trials, which now for 100 employees at that factory, the Canadian government, I believe through the National Research Council, is paying out $17 million a year. And even inside the, and I think I have the reference here, actually. Actually, I do. Even inside the shockingly good, CBC article, what it says, if I can find it, meanwhile, the National Research Council is still bankrolling the facility with $17 million in annual funding to help keep about 100 employees working on site, adding to the figures provided by the NRC, the federal government's research and development arm. It goes on to say the firm, the BMC and the NRC, have repeatedly blown past supposed start dates and have told the media at various points that production would start in 2021, 2022, and 2023. They went on to quote the Professor Emeritus at University of Ottawa's School of Medicine, who's an expert in virology and microbiology, Dr. Earl Brown. Brown said that there is a, quote, niche market for Novavax subunit vaccine, which uses a different technology than mRNA products from Pfizer and Moderna. Novavax has been able to sell some of its protein-based vaccine to patients who want an alternative to mRNA. But Brown questions whether the mRNA skeptic market is big enough to sustain a large operation like the BMC over the longer term. There is a couple of relevant things in here. As of February, only 37,000 Novavax shots have been administered in Canada, those, of course, manufactured in the United States, compared to more than 70 million Pfizer doses and about 33 million Moderna shots, according to PHAC. Can they be viable in the COVID market? Will they sell enough product to keep themselves alive? I think it's questionable that they survive. There are two big vaccine winners, and Novavax isn't one of them. I'm very concerned when I hear about a vaccine facility that's not pumping out products. When they sit idle, that is a bad sign. You should be busy all the time. You should be active, current, having your staff putting out licensed product continuously, which is something that the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition really struggles in being able to understand, that being productive and having people getting good paying jobs and having a great purpose for their lives instead of receiving free things from the government, that is a good thing. Brown said he supported the construction of a publicly owned vaccine plant in the fog of 2020, but the longer it remains in limbo, the less viable it will be. He said the federal government may eventually get tired of pumping $17 million into a plant that's not producing anything or something that's not really in high demand. This article gets even better, and this will really crystallize, when I come to it, the hypocrisy and lack of transparency and, as a matter of fact, overt opaqueness of this NDP Liberal coalition. He added, there's amnesia with pandemics in the extreme, and Ottawa may simply move on from plans to prepare the country for the next health crisis. He went on and talked a bit about Connaught Labs in Toronto, which was privatized, et cetera, et cetera. It's interesting, you know, and this is the connection that I wanted to make before being interrupted many times by Mr. Julian. This says, after a failed partnership with a Chinese vaccine company, Ottawa picked Novavax to produce that company's COVID product at the Montreal site. In announcing the pivot to Novavax in February 2021, Trudeau, this is quoting from this article, said the publicly owned facility would produce tens of millions of shots by that summer. It was billed as a way to lessen Canada's dependence on foreign sources at a time of rapturous global competition for other products from Pfizer and Moderna. This is a major step forward to get vaccines made in Canada for Canadians, Trudeau said. This gets even better. Also, in February 2021, Industry Minister François-Philippe Champagne compared building this sort of facility from the ground up on a constrained timeline to the U.S. effort to put an astronaut on the moon. You can imagine, like we've never made vaccines before. This is like the Apollo project. I'm sorry. Kills me. Champagne said, normally it would take 2 to 3 years to do this to get a production facility up and running. 3 years on, it appears it will take even
Naqvi,
longer than
please.
that to
Point of
get
order,
production
Chair.
started.
Mr. Naqvi on a point of order.
Well, I think I'm just going to build on Mr. Julian's point. I think Mr. Ellis have just really gone so off the deep end and the off track here that he's just humoring himself at this moment because there are no relevance whatsoever anymore, any semblance whatsoever to the CPC clause, CPC Amendment 7 that we are dealing with. So unless his intention is to amuse himself, which he can do so at his own time in private, which I'm sure he'll enjoy even more, perhaps so we can move to the next speaker. Thank you.
Please bring it back around. Dr. Ellis, another point of order, or you want to speak to the one that was just made?
I'm going to be talking about the same one that's just made. I believe that it is incumbent on each and every one of us to be very diligent and cautious in the words we use, and I believe that the words that were used by Mr. Nakvi in his point of order were deeply disrespectful and inappropriate, and I would caution him to be more selective in the words he uses in this committee.
Thank you. Dr. Ellis, it's one thing to create a link around the different practices of government and the fiscal responsibility of each one. The level of detail that you're going into is really tangential. Please bring it back.
Appreciate that, Chair. You know, I would suggest, though, that it's important that Canadians understand what transparency is and what it is not. And we know that very clearly from the mention in this article that this government really struggles with the concept of transparency. And that is also why it is incredibly important that we are very, very clear with respect to what this bill is and what it isn't. You know, again, just to underline this, to underscore it, talking about transparency, you know, we have the industry minister suggesting that, you know, creating a vaccine facility is like putting somebody on the moon. That's just incomprehensible to everyday Canadians. So what I would suggest, Chair, is that and we can come back to some of these points. There's no issue with me with continuing to belabor it. However, this bill is clearly related to prescription drugs and related products intended for contraception or the treatment of diabetes and to support, etc. And that is why it's incredibly important that we add that here. So there's clarity, there's transparency, and there's responsibility on behalf of Canadians. This is not a universal pharmacare bill in any way, shape, or form. This is a pharmacare pamphlet of 4 pages. And again, the final thing I will say, Chair, is that it would be shocking to me that the costly coalition around this table, not including the Conservative members, and I know the Bloc member certainly does not want to support this bill, considering the fact that Quebec has a pharmacare program already, but that they would allow Canadians to think that this particular pamphlet is a universal pharmacare bill, which as of yet has undefined medications, even related to contraception and to diabetes. So on behalf of Canadians, I would implore those around the table to vote for CPC 7 such that it is an important part for transparency and clarity on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Mr. Julian, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to say the reason why I'm opposing CPC 7 is because the fact is it's not helpful in the pharmacare bill that will make a difference in the lives of 6 million people with diabetes and 9 million people in Canada who use contraception. It's not a helpful amendment at all. I did want to correct the record on a number of things, and I will do that very, very quickly. I understand the filibuster that Conservatives are blocking the bill, and they want to talk this out, and that's why the House of Commons, in its wisdom, directed us to sit until we get this done. And so I'm prepared to sit until we get these amendments done and we get the bill finished tonight. That's what the House of Commons decided. And the filibuster, the unnecessary verbiage, is not helpful to getting what most witnesses told us needs to happen, which is getting this bill passed. The vast majority of witnesses said that very fact. 2 things I would like to correct. First off, the Conservatives love to play fast and loose with language. And it's unfortunate because I'm fact-based. I ran a major social enterprise before I was elected to Parliament, and you have to be basing things on the facts. The first fact is that there is no coalition. What there is a confidence and supply agreement. Secondly, what the confidence and supply agreement has only been in existence for 2 years. It's brought us anti-SCAP legislation. It's brought us the pharmacare bill. It's brought us affordable housing.
Point of order, Chair.
And
Ellis?
You know what, I guess it's interesting, you know, the member really wants us to get to the heart of this bill. He's talking on incessantly about his coalition. So I'm not entirely sure what the relevance is.
Well, the relevance is addressing the points that you raised, which I ruled as being relevant. Go ahead, go ahead, Mr. Julian.
Thank you. And I understand Dr. Ellis is very concerned about all the good things that the NDP has brought to this Parliament because he's in a riding where there's a lot of NDP support. Now, that being said, I want to come back to dental care because the facts are very clear. 2 million Canadian seniors have signed up so far. 100,000 in the first 3 weeks of the program actually got dental care, in some cases for the first time ever in their lifetimes. And that means
Point of order,
this is
Chair.
a significant and
Dr.
appropriate
Ellis, on a point
success.
of order.
You know, again, if we're going to continue to go down this road, Chair, I guess I would wonder what the relevance of the non-existent dental care program. Is that the member's point, is to point out that this is another failed program? I'm not sure what the relevance of the failing dental care program is.
Mr. Julian, can you bring it back around to either the remarks made by Dr. Ellis or CPC 7? Thank you.
Well, those were the remarks of Dr. Ellis, and he was wrong, and I'm establishing the facts. 2 million Canadian seniors so far, tens of thousands signing up every week, 100,000 that received dental care in the first 3 weeks. These are all appropriate. And so in terms of pharmacare, the bill itself, it will make a difference, as dental care already has. I understand the Conservatives are very, very wary of that because all of a sudden, the next election will be much more likely to be where the Conservatives would cut rather than what they would love it to be on, which is this constant talk about price on pollution. So the CPC 7, simply not an appropriate amendment. What it does is it restricts access to the medication that Canadians need. What we need to do, and what this bill does, as we've heard from the vast majority of witnesses, provide supports to 6 million Canadians with diabetes that are paying, in some cases, $1,000 a month or $1,500 a month for the medication. 9 million Canadians that need contraception. The bill needs to be voted through. I would ask through you, Mr. Chair, for the Conservatives to stop their filibuster and allow us to actually vote on these amendments. And for CPC 7, I will be voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Julian. Mr. Doherty, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where to start or where to continue? You know, what's frustrating for me is we do have Canadians that are out there that are struggling. There's no two ways about it. Absolutely. Whether it is dental care or whether it is affordable prescriptions and medications, I think we need to do better. The challenge that I have is that this government puts forth a piece of legislation that says that it's universal dental care, which it isn't. Now they're coming out with a piece of legislation that is they're billing as it's universal pharmacare, which it isn't. So Canadians are being lied to. This is a four-page document that has serious ramifications nationally. There's no definition for single payer or first dollar. So do we even know what this bill or pamphlet is? The minister could not answer simple questions such as how many Canadians are without doctors, could not answer the question as to what's going to happen with the 90% of, is it 90% of Canadians that do have a benefit plan that for medications, and at least 85%. What's going to happen with those plans? Who's going to pay for those plans? I know that I met personally with the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association. They raised serious questions, and they also raised the fact that nobody's talking to them. Nobody's talking to the insurers as to what they're going to do. What about organizations and companies that have chambers of commerce, that have plans for their memberships and for their employees? What are these companies and these groups to do? As far as I can tell, that none of this has been worked out. But I guess as it is with this government, it's just like the checks in the mail. Wait and see. We'll figure it out. Just get it to committee and you'll work on it, and amendments will be passed and we'll make it better. Well, it never happens. Another bit of troubling information was that the minister admitted that none of the provinces have asked for this. None of them. Was Quebec? Were they even, our Bloc colleague, was Quebec even consulted? We heard that from witnesses that, as I mentioned, that they expressed deep concern that Canadians would lose their current private plans. We have a lengthy and complicated drug approval process, which adds to the issues of the cost of our drugs and prescriptions in our country. Wouldn't it be better that our government and the coalition and all of us at this table working to find a way to make drugs more affordable to all Canadians, rather than a Band-Aid solution that looks at, and it's, again, you're calling it a national pharmacare program, and you're dealing with, it's really two medications, or two types of medications. We have a national what's being billed as a public pharmacare plan or a national pharmacare plan, and is it going to, they always talk about, well, wait and see what this is going to look like. And you have millions and millions of Canadians that 85% that have a plan already in place. What's it going to look like for them? What's it going to look like for those that don't have a plan? All we've done at this point is created false hope. As Doc Ellis has mentioned, you've got Canadians that are constituents that are going into pharmacies now believing that they have a pharmacare plan. We do not have a pharmacare plan. Just like we don't have a dental plan. My point is this, is that, I think if you look at the CPC amendments that have been put forth, they're reasonable amendments. They're nonpartisan for the most part, for a change, I guess, and we've just taken a common sense approach to this. I started off, I raised my hand at the earliest part of Doc Ellis's intervention, because we have three physicians in this committee whom I respect. For what they do or what they did and the sacrifices that they make within our communities, the people that they serve. I've been on this committee now for over a year, and some of the best testimony, I think I've said this, I'm on record as saying this, is we could close the doors and just listen to the experiences that our three colleagues have had, because I believe that we'd probably get more common sense out of them than we do out of the front benches of the government. It's deeply frustrating for me when we. It's going to be a long 5 hours. Is all I got to say. Is if this is the way. I mean, if we, it's already been an hour and a bit. If we're only on one clause, and further to that, Mr. Nakfi, to publicly tell another colleague to go amuse himself or pleasure himself or whatever it was the words that you used in private is not very parliamentary, and you can look at me when I'm talking to you, and I think you owe our colleague an apology, because I think that was very unparliamentary. If I was chair, I would have made you apologize. With that, I'll end.
Dr. Ellis?
Thank you very much, Chair. And, interestingly enough, Mr. Julian opened a bit of a Pandora's box. I think there was clearly in the House of Commons a ruling by the Speaker that said the use of the term coalition government was perfectly acceptable, and therefore we shall continue to use that there is an NDP Liberal coalition. And Mr. Julian knows that, because without his support, this bill probably would never have come to the House of Commons. And for trying to make that happen, I will actually take my hat off to Mr. Julian and say, wow, you know what? That's the only one principled thing that the NDP actually attempted to do, whether I agree with it or not. And certainly the other part of this is it's not necessarily related to whether I agree with pharmacare or not. But we also know that this, and I know my colleague from the bloc will enjoy this, that this NDP Liberal coalition continues to want to dabble in the provincial responsibility of healthcare. And I think that is incredibly distressing. And also when we heard from, again, as I mentioned previously, testimony of two of Canada's experts with respect to pharmacare, my apologies, not only were they not consulted, but they also didn't agree with this approach. So that's some of the testimony that we heard. I don't necessarily want to go down the road of dental care, but Chair, you've ruled previously if someone else has brought it up, then we could actually talk about it. Mr. Julian wants to talk about dental care all the time, that he gets a chance. Again, it's not about dental care, it's the frivolous nature which they portray this. When I was doing riding events on the weekend, the Nova Scotia Dental Association, and I suppose Mr. Julian has his conspiracy theory that we in the Conservative asked them to make these ads, but what they said, to paraphrase it, was dental care, the Canada Dental Care Plan is not free. It's not going to be free for Canadians, that they need to, if they can find a dentist who will support it, as my colleague Mr. Doherty talked about, that finding a dentist who would possibly support this is difficult and perhaps non-existent. And sadly, Chair, your province in PEI was for a very, very long time having no dentists who actually signed up for the Canadian Dental Care Plan. So when you begin to look at those statistics, even though the opaque nature of the NDP wishes to portray this as a great success, it's much like the incredible success which this NDP Liberal coalition has allowed our publicly funded healthcare system to become, when 7 million, and for the edification of those around the table and perhaps our two witnesses at the end of the table, that the answer is 7 million Canadians at the current time do not have access to primary care, even though that I agree that's a big number, and it's hard for the minister who is not having a clue about this particular issue, that he struggles with that large number. I get it. But that being said, that is still the facts, with sadly coming down the road 10 million Canadians without access to primary care, which will be 25% of the population. And maybe that's this NDP Liberal Coalition's idea of saying that's how we cost control healthcare, is that people don't have access, they can't get lab work done, they can't see a specialist, then guess what? Then we can control the costs. I surely hope with all my heart that that is not the nefarious plan behind it, that it is simply incompetence, and that's easily rectified, of course, during the next election. So again, the non-opaque nature with respect to Mr. Julian's comments around dental care are really frustrating to Canadians, because they believe that they can just walk into any dentist's office now and receive free dental care. And everybody around this table knows that's not true. They know it. And why? Because I know that you're getting the same emails that I am. I know that Dr. Pulowski over there in Thunder Bay, Rainy River, is getting the same messages. Now, whether he wants to admit it, and I'm not asking him to admit it, because I rather like him, and that being said, it would be embarrassing for him to have to admit that he's getting calls from people, and I know you, Chair, as well, in your great riding in Prince Edward Island are struggling with that. People are struggling in Charlottetown to get seen. I know that. And I wouldn't suppose to ask you that people are calling your office and saying, where is the dentist who will see me? Now, that doesn't mean that seeing dental hygienists is not great, but if we are underscoring the need for treatment of periodontal disease and dental caries, the potential need for extractions of people who have not had care, which we hear these incredibly emotional stories from our colleagues all the time, those folks need to see a dentist. That's just the way it is. And without that access, then the NDP Liberal Coalition, is selling Canadians a bill of goods, which is just not true. And here we have it once again, another bill of goods called an act respecting pharmacare. And you will hear us call this a pharmacare pamphlet all night, over and over and over again, because it is a 4-page document, which again is not transparent to Canadians, and it is lacking in detail, and again, it is simply directed towards contraception and diabetes at the current time. The other thing that Mr. Julian talked about is cuts, and it's fascinating to me because over and over and over again in the House of Commons, we hear many times where the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition wants to say that all the Conservatives are going to do is cut things. Well, there are a couple of things that we're going to cut, and I think our leader, Pierre Poilievre, mentioned this today, talking about what will we cut? Well, we will cut taxes, which is incredibly important to benefit Canadians, simply because they are suffering under the tremendous tax burden that this costly coalition spending government is creating for Canadians. But the other thing, of course, we're going to cut is Liberal seats and NDP seats. And those things shall be a thing of the past, thankfully, on behalf of Canadians. A couple of other things that definitions that will be important coming up, and other numbers which the minister failed to be able to address. I've already mentioned, and I won't go through it again, the 7 to 10 million Canadians without access to primary care. That's an incredibly large number, and it is embarrassing to the minister. I understand that. He thinks it's politics, and I think it's simply education for Canadians to understand that they are not alone. The other question that we asked during testimony was how many Canadians died waiting for treatment in this country. And the number is between 17 and 30,000 Canadians died in 1 year, waiting for treatment. So my question then would be, why would Canadians want to entrust another large national system to the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition when they can't manage the one large, well, now two, so this will be the third, actually. So they cannot manage pharmacare, we know that, because people are dying on a waiting list and Canadians don't have access to pharmacare. They can't manage dental care because they can't get dentists to sign up for their terrible program. And we also know that dental care is not free. So why would anybody in their right mind, and this is the responsibility, the mantle that my colleagues and myself bear here on behalf of Canadians, to say, why would Canadians accept allowing the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition to bring forward another nationalized program when they can't manage the two that already exist? And I'm simply restricting my comments to the healthcare field. I certainly don't want to talk about the litany of other programs because I'm sure, Chair, that might be outside the scope of what we want to discuss. But certainly those healthcare programs that they are absolutely unable to manage at the current time, why would we want them to try to manage something else? As my father, who, God rest his soul, has been gone for 30 years, he would say that the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition could not manage a marble game, which appears to be true. So that being said, the other thing that Mr. Julian talked about was testimony that we heard. Testimony. And we all know that for even for this sparsely populated pharmacare pamphlet of 4 pages, that all we got to hear was 10 hours of witness testimony. Now, when we begin to look at that, I can't tell you the numbers of people who came up to me and said, wow, we really wanted to be heard from. And I said, well, you know, they have moved closure. They have said that the Health Committee cannot talk about this any more than 5 hours last Thursday, 5 hours on Friday. And now we are here on behalf of Canadians talking in a clause-by-clause fashion of the pharmacare pamphlet. So the amount of testimony that we heard was a pittance compared to the spending ask on behalf of the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition. And what we did hear very clearly, and I find this absolutely fascinating, because this particular amendment talks about making it clear that this bill is simply about contraception and diabetes medications and or products. And we heard testimony over and over and over again that that's what this was about. Again, as I mentioned previously, you know, the Prime Minister is in my hometown of Truro on Friday, where I was here working hard on behalf of those who support me. And
Mr. Julian, on a point of order.
Well, the other rule, of course, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, is the repetition, and Dr. Ellis is now repeating himself. And so those are the two. I understand Conservatives want to block this legislation, that don't want Canadians to have the benefits. That's fair enough, but those rules of relevance and repetition do have to be respected in this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Julian. This has been brought up several times, and it appears that it's not going away. I've taken the opportunity during the debate to have a look at the House of Commons practice, page 1059. In the event of disorder, the chair, this is in connection with committee meetings. In the event of disorder, the chair may suspend the meeting until order can be restored, or if the situation is considered to be so serious as to prevent the committee from continuing with its work, the meeting may be adjourned. In addition, the chair may, at his or her discretion, interrupt a member whose observations and questions are repetitive or are unrelated to the matter before the committee. If the member in question persists in making repetitive or off-topic comments, the chair can give the floor to another member. We have always exercised a significant degree of latitude. We are under pretty serious time constraints to get the business done that has been referred to us by the House. After reading that, what I would say to you is that my patience is waning, and I'm not about to take any of those measures yet. But you're making it hard for me not to. So I caution all members to bear in mind what is said in House of Commons procedure and practice, and please don't put me in that position. Let's respect the rules of repetition, let's respect the rules of relevance, and let's respect the tight timeline that we're under. Dr. Ellis.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. You know, interestingly enough, I did have to gavel a meeting when the member from the NDP was being disrespectful. So I thank you for your intervention and that reminder.
Point of order.
The specifics.
Mr. Julian.
That is not correct. I did challenge the chair in a ruling, and that's why he adjourned the meeting.
And that is a point of debate, and maybe you could wait your turn if you want to participate in the debate. Go ahead, Dr. Ellis.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. And certainly, you know, in that particular time, we know that that member was not directing his comments through the chair. I'll leave it at that. You know, that being said, the point about the Prime Minister talking about contraception is the testimony. It's the testimony that we heard. And the testimony that we heard, we didn't, the NDP member talked about heart drugs. We heard no testimony about heart drugs, not one bit. We heard lots of testimony about contraception. There was the, I can't remember her title, a physician from the Society of Obstetricians and Gynecologists of Canada. Certainly she was not here to talk about heart drugs. I didn't hear her talk about that. We had the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation. We had the Canadian Diabetes Association here. Nobody talked about heart drugs. And for that member down there of the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition to go on and talk about heart drugs, again, this is about being transparent. It's about saying to Canadians, what is this bill about? This bill is not about heart drugs. This is a little teeny tiny 4-page pamphlet to spend $2 billion on things. Yes, they're important. Contraception's important, and so is diabetes medications and products. Those things are important. There's no doubt about it. However, for that member to go on and talk about the testimony that we heard in this committee, which again, I'll go back just to underscore for 1 second, Chair, that we heard very little testimony, that this is important that Canadians understand, and that is the rationale for this first amendment to say that this is about contraception or the treatment of diabetes and to support, et cetera, et cetera. So that being said, all those things taken into consideration, this is an incredibly important amendment on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Julian.
I would just simply say, Mr. Chair, that the House of Commons gave us a job to do. The Conservatives seem unwilling to do that job. They're blocking even having a vote on CPC 7, even though members have already had the opportunity to pronounce themselves on this. I would suggest through you, Mr. Chair, to members of the Conservative Party, since dental care has worked, including in their ridings, and there are thousands and thousands of Canadians who have now benefited from the dental care program that the NDP pushed the government to put into place in their ridings already after the first 3 weeks, that they should not
Point of order.
Support.
Point of order from Dr. Ellis.
Chair, I believe that you read from Bosch and Gagnon specifically not to be repetitive, and I think this member talked already about the dental care program. So hearing once again those numbers, I would suggest to you, with all due respect, sir, is very repetitive.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Go ahead, Mr. Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so the pharmacare bill will help many people, millions of Canadians. I would hope that the Conservatives would stop their filibuster and allow us to vote on CPC 7. They've now spent almost 2 hours on one amendment, which is exactly why the House of Commons directed this committee to continue to sit until we've
Point of
completed
order.
the amendments. It's because
Point of order from Ms. Goodrich.
It has not been anywhere near 2 hours.
That is
Furthermore,
not a
we
point of
started
order,
late.
That's a point of debate. Go ahead, Mr. Julian.
So the House of Commons gave us a job to do. Conservatives seem to want to block doing that job. I would ask through you to them, Mr. Chair, that they allow the votes to be held, to stop blocking this legislation. It's been before the House since February 29th. Conservatives have blocked it every single step. The reason why 3 months later it is not yet passed through committee is because Conservatives have been blocking it at every single turn. And 6 million Canadians with diabetes, 9 million Canadians who need access to contraception, including basic fundamental
Point of
women
order.
reproductive rights.
Dr. Ellis on a point of order.
Again, Chair, we have heard these statistics previously, so this is very repetitive, and if you wish to allow that, I've got lots more to say, Chair. So please be consistent. I implore you.
I think you have lots more to say, regardless of what my ruling might be. Mr. Julian, please get to the point, if you would, please.
The point is, I ask my Conservative colleagues to move forward on the bill. Stop blocking the bill.
Thank you. Dr. Ellis.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, I'll keep this brief. We're not blocking this bill. What we're doing is it's important that Canadians understand what this bill and what it isn't. This is not a filibuster. How can you filibuster something when it's already time allocated? It's an impossibility. When we get to 8:30 today, on behalf of Canadians, we will have to vote anyway, even though there's been very little testimony and also very little discussion. So this is not a filibuster. This is an educational session with respect to the failures of the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition, which we now know is sadly irritating Mr. Julian and him wanting to get on. We can't block this bill. If we were blocking this bill, the bill would still be in the House of Commons. And we also know that because Mr. Nakvi wants to ask me to go home and do bizarre things alone, you know, that is obviously irritating him as well. And perhaps that he thinks that being able to say words like the minister has in the House of Commons is helpful, that we can all say penis and vagina here in committee. Well, that's not bothersome to be able to say that. But I don't believe that 1 second that's what Canadians are asking us to do here. Canadians are asking me to say, what is your opposition to this bill? And I've been very clear in helping Canadians understand what that is the trouble with this bill. And certainly, at every chance we get, we are trying to be helpful to make this better. So at that point, Chair, I'm happy to cede the floor.
The speakers list is now exhausted. We are therefore ready for the question. Shall CPC 7 carry? All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Chair, we'd request a recorded division, please.
Recorded division has been requested, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. On CPC 7? Dr. Hanley?
No.
Ms. Kayabega?
No.
Mr. Nakvi?
No.
Dr. Pulaski?
No.
Ms. Sidhu?
No.
Mr. Doherty?
Yes.
Dr. Ellis?
Yes.
Ms. Goodridge?
Yes.
Dr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca?
Contre.
Merci. Mr. Julian?
No to the filibuster.
Thank you. 2, 5, 6, 7. 7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 7 is therefore defeated, and that brings us to CPC 8 in the name of Dr. Ellis. Would you like to move CPC 8, Dr. Ellis?
Thank you very much, Chair. And certainly, our office had a bit of a back and forth with the legislative clerks with respect to the exact wording. What our attempt here, and I think this is important, And if we haven't gotten it correct, I'm quite happy to hear from my colleagues and from the legislative clerks as well, to understand exactly what the appropriate wording is to be the most inclusive with Aboriginal people in Canada. And that was the actual reasoning behind this wording. So through you, Chair, I don't know if the legislative clerks have any more input, but that was simply to be attempting to ensure that we were inclusive as possible. So I'll leave it at that, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. My advice from the clerks at the table is that the wording that is contained in CPC 8 was wording that was decided upon after consultation with Legislative Council, and the clerks at the table have nothing to add. That it looks like the homework is already done. Any further interventions with respect to CPC 8?
Can you, Chair, can you explain that again?
Well, maybe we'll have the clerks tell you what they told me. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. So as as legislative clerks, we are there to give advice to the committee to procedural questions. And this is not a question that has anything to do with procedure. It's more a legal question. So the question may be directed to the officials, but we are not legislative council, so we cannot comment on the wording.
Thank you. So the question that is the wording correct or is it incorrect, what's being suggested?
I don't think there's anyone here that can answer that. It was my understanding that there were discussions with Legislative Council before this came forward. So whatever advice they gave to the mover or the drafter would be between them. I'm not privy to it, and nor are the clerks to my right. So I see Mr. Nackvey and Ms. Goodridge, unless you had something else, Mr. Doherty.
No, I just wanted to see if this was put forth, if it was the correct version or not.
Yeah. Mr. Nackvey and then Ms. Goodridge.
Thank you very much, and I think it is an appropriate question. It is my understanding that Indigenous peoples is the appropriate term and most inclusive term, given that that's the term that appears in other pieces of legislation as well. For example, the UNDRIP implementation legislation, very similar to how the legislation speaks to provinces and territories, not provincial and territorial governments. It's not the place of the legislation to define what kind of governing body per se, but perhaps, Chair, if I can ask the officials from Health Canada if they could advise us as to using Indigenous peoples is the appropriate term and the inclusive term to use in this particular legislation.
Entirely appropriate. That's why they're here. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The broader term Indigenous peoples is in fact inclusive, as that would be our view. And of course, in preparing the legislation, we would have done this due diligence as well. So I would agree with the earlier comments.
Thank you. Ms. Goodridge, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the witnesses. And this is something, the rationale behind bringing this forward is that there are both Indigenous governing bodies as well as Indigenous people more wholly, and it is in an attempt to both recognize that there are organizations that fall within a governing body and Indigenous individuals that do not, and we want to try and be as inclusive as possible when it comes to the conversation around this. And it was a challenging space with how limited we were in terms of getting this and the ability to get the amendments done in time to truly be able to understand. And my understanding is in working with the the law clerks in drafting this amendment, Indigenous governing bodies is in fact a legal term. And in fact, we have CPC 2 that eventually we will get to that does give the definition as per the Constitution Act of 1982, which should in theory do this. And so my question is, would this be inappropriate?
Please go ahead.
Again, maybe just to return to my earlier comment, the term Indigenous peoples is used as an inclusive term here, and it's also a term that is used in other legislation. So when we are looking at bringing forward legislation, we look at consistency and do that due diligence as well. What I would add as well is that in the sense that it's inclusive, it does not limit the interpretation that's being suggested, i.e. it is inclusive of exactly the wording that's being put forward. So there's a redundancy there. It's already included.
Anything else, Ms. Goodrich? You good? Mr. Julian, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting against this amendment for that reason, that the inclusive terminology that's already present in other government bills would be confused by the nature of the CPC amendment. I'm a little confused because the Conservatives certainly had since February 29th to prepare amendments to this bill, and certainly 3 weeks ago the House, in frustration after months of Conservatives blocking this bill, the motion of instruction was tabled, so there was certainly 3 weeks. You gave, Mr. Chair, a week and a half notice prior to the amendment deadline, so there's been like 3 reminders since February 29th. So I'm a little surprised that the Conservatives didn't heed all of that, and I guess kind of put something in at the last moment. That being said, this is not the appropriate way of amending the bill, and that's why I'll be voting no.
Dr. Ellis and then Mr. Doherty.
Thank you very much, Chair. You know, this, despite what Mr. Julian wants to portray, this is after considerable consultation with the Legislative Council to understand the terminology. That was a question that we had. This isn't that, you know, unlike the NDP, it's not something we just dreamt up on the back of a napkin yesterday and tried to bring forward here or through a table-dropped amendment. So I take great umbrage with his ridiculous notion that this is something that was not well thought out or actually consulted upon. So that's an absolutely ridiculous accusation and something that I wish it didn't bear a response, but it does because of the ridiculous and unwarranted nature of his inflammatory comments, which I have could only believe are intended to be inflammatory in this context. So as I mentioned, and because of that, in spite of that, I'm quite happy if everybody else around this table is convinced that this is not the appropriate reference. I'm quite happy to seek unanimous consent to withdraw it. As I said, this is based on the legal counsel that we obtained from the House of Commons. It's not like we went out and sought separate legal counsel for this. This is the actual counsel that we received, and therefore we believed that it was important to do it. This is not meant to be contentious or perhaps, as Mr. Julian is thinking, that this is part of a filibuster. This is meant to be inclusive of all the appropriate people who had come to the table who potentially could be impacted by the Farmer Care pamphlet. So if it's the, in your terminology, Chair, if it's the will of the room to say that in spite of the good counsel that I believe we received, that this is not a helpful amendment, I'm happy to seek unanimous consent to withdraw it.
Are you seeking unanimous consent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it the will of the committee that CPC 8 be withdrawn. I see agreement around the table. I don't hear any nays. CPC 8 is therefore withdrawn by unanimous consent. Brings us to CPC 9. Standing in the name of Dr. Ellis, would you like to move CPC 9, Dr. Ellis?
With great pleasure, Chair. You know, what we have here is that Bill C-64 in Clause 3 be amended by replacing lines 10 and 11 on page 3 with the following, and I quote, "drugs and related products intended for contraception or the treatment of diabetes," and to provide for the continuation of the national bulk purchasing strategy. I think there's two things to be mindful of here. And again, without wanting to be repetitive, I did hear your words from Bosch and Gagnon. However, we know that this is not universal pharmacare. This is not, there was absolutely no mention in the testimony, Chair, of any other classes of medications other than contraception and diabetes. Those things did not come up, and if anybody can point me to testimony, if I'm incorrect in that, I would absolutely love to hear it, but we did not hear any evidence or testimony to the contrary of those two things. And the other testimony that we did hear was very clearly that a national bulk purchasing strategy is already in existence. So for this, again, this is not a transparent bill. This is fleecing the Canadian public into suggesting that this will somehow miraculously create some new national bulk purchasing strategy. And that is why it's exceedingly important. Words are important. Words matter. The word continuation of the national bulk purchasing strategy that already exists. There's no evidence in this bill to the contrary, nor was there any testimony to the contrary. And again, I'll challenge anybody around the table to say that there was different testimony to suggest that a new national bulk purchasing strategy would result from the passage of the pharmacare pamphlet. That is not where we are at. And certainly, it's also important that Canadians understand, as we talked about during the testimony with respect to the pharmacare pamphlet, that the process from Health Canada through the PMPRB to the now Canadian Drug Agency, the former Canadian Agency for Drugs and Therapeutics and Health, or also known as CADTH, and then on to the PCPA and the responsibility to the provincial, and yes, I did say the provincial ministers of health, that we heard that that jurisdiction exists, and that we also heard that significant delays happen with respect to that significant and belabored process. We did hear testimony that the length of time from the original notice of assessment all the way through the process to being listed on 50% of public formularies was often excessive, depending on the reference, most often in the realm of 27 months or more than 2 years and 3 months. We also heard that 44% of drugs that were introduced to many other markets, all the markets actually in the OECD countries, between 2012 and 2021, of those in the United States, 85% were listed on formularies and 44% were listed here in Canada. So we have a significant problem, but this is not the problem. The problem doesn't appear, well, maybe it is related to bulk purchasing. It's beyond the purview of the pharmacare pamphlet. But it's also important that the other testimony we heard is related to the number of drugs covered on private plans, and less than half of those are covered on any public plans. So on behalf of Canadians, I think it important and it behooves this committee to ensure that there is that transparency, that lack of opaqueness for Canadians to hear that the likelihood of creating a national pharmacare program for drugs in contraception and diabetes that is better than the plan they have now, which could in fact restrict, and we heard this many times with respect to testimony. I'll go back to that we heard testimony from folks who said that it's very likely that this could restrict your ability to have your own private plan. It would also disincentivize employers from offering plans for their employees when a restricted in number plan, in number of medications covered plan, which this pamphlet would create for these two specific disease states, that could create problems for Canadians who over 80% of them have private drug plans and actually value their plans. And when we know that this is important to Canadians, taking away that freedom, that ability to choose how they wish to be compensated from their employer and the drugs that they wish to have access to treat their conditions is very, very challenging, to say the best, and frightening, to say the worst. I think the other testimony that we heard, Chair, is related to single drug coverage in a generic state. And if I might take a minute just to explain that. For instance, on the list of diabetes medication was a drug called metformin. So metformin is probably the most commonly prescribed medication for type 2 diabetes at the current time. It's been around for a very, very long time. And what we do know is that in Canada, excuse me, at the current time, there exists 22 different generic manufacturers for metformin in Canada. And we also know that, sadly, Canada suffers from multiple and repeated drug shortages, such that people will often be switched from one generic brand to another. Apologies. Sorry. Oh, no. And so, Chair, when we see on the list that has been put on the Canada.ca website with respect to diabetes medications, we see one form of metformin, which then, when you begin to look at the pharmacoeconomics associated with the manufacturing and distribution of drugs, what we see is that the likelihood that the Canadian supply chain could be easily disrupted by a shortage, whether it be on an international basis from the active pharmaceutical ingredients, the APIs, which mainly come from India and China, that particular company could be negatively impacted and therefore not be able to manufacture metformin on behalf of Canadians. When we have 22 manufacturers and we have no assurances that we could actually end up with one manufacturer, then we know that on behalf of Canadians, this could create a significant and negative impact. So again, the rationale for this amendment is related to clarity. This is about contraception and diabetes, and there is now a national bulk purchasing strategy through the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance, which is run by the provinces and finally determined and acted upon if deemed necessary by the provincial ministers of health. So let's not conflate things this bill does and doesn't do. I know that the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition wants Canadians to believe that this is a universal pharmacare bill about a multitude of drugs and about a new bulk purchasing strategy. That is not what is occurring here in this bill. So on behalf of Canadians, I implore everyone around this table to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Are there any further interventions with respect to CPC 9? Mr. Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reality is this does the exact same thing that was attempted in the other Conservative amendment, which is to limit national pharmacare. And I wanted to all members reiterate Section 11 of the bill. Committee of Experts that within 1 year of the date in which this Act receives royal assent provides a written recommendation to the Minister on options for the operation and financing of national universal single-payer pharmacare. So the intent is very clear, as we heard in repeated testimony, and from not only from those who are urging that we adopt this bill, but also those looking at phase 2. The possible outcomes of that committee of experts could very well be to recommend to move immediately to the heart medication. And I referenced earlier, Mr. Chair, my constituent lives a few blocks from my home, who pays $1,000 a month for heart medication.
Point of order,
So-
Chair. Point of order.
Order from Dr. Ellis.
I'm not entirely sure why Mr. Julian wants to continue to mislead Canadians and go on representing the same facts over and over again, suggesting that this bill is going to be more than it is, and that he also wants to, as you said, be repetitive talking about heart medications, which is not in this bill at all. There's no mention of heart medications here, and he continues to be repetitive. So, Chair, once again, I implore you to use your ruling about the repetitive nature of his comments.
Dr. Ellis, this has been Mr. Julian's first intervention with respect to CPC 9. He is absolutely entitled, under the rule of repetition, to make the exact same arguments in connection with every question put to the committee. So there's been no violation of the rule of repetition, technical or actual. Go ahead, Mr. Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But Dr. Ellis does have a point. The Conservative CPC 9 does exactly that. It limits this bill so you can't go to heart medication. And that's why I'm voting against this. The Conservatives are doing what they're accusing the bill of doing, and that is to restrict pharmacare so that it never goes to heart medication and these other medications where Canadians are paying $1,000 or $1,500 a month. So that's why I'm opposing CPC 9. Conservatives are saying, gosh, this bill doesn't do enough, but we're going to stop it so the bill doesn't do anything else. And that, of course, is a contradiction, one might say hypocrisy, that I think everyone understands. So I'm voting no on CPC 9.
Thank you. Ms. Goodrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe Mr. Doherty had the floor, but I will go because I was told to go. I appreciate the prerogative there. My question, and I appreciate the fact that the member from the NDP is so well versed when it comes to this bill and can cite exactly which section different pieces are in, and I guess it stands to reason, because this is probably the only time in the federal NDP's situation where they will be responsible for drafting a piece of government legislation. And so I can understand the amount of effort that they would put in, because this is part of their supply and confidence agreement, and them selling many parts of their soul of a party to prop up a government. And they're voting in favor of time allocation and all kinds of other pieces that the previous iterations of this party would be rolling over in their graves. But to get back to the piece of this particular legislation, it's the continuation of the national bulk purchasing strategy. Because in this legislation, it makes it sound as if somehow this is this brilliant new thing that is going to revolutionize the way how Canadians access their medication, and that somehow we're not already paying fair prices. And we did hear from witness testimony, although very limited witness testimony, that there already exists a national bulk purchasing strategy. It's actually kind of frustrating. When we were hearing from the witnesses, normally the tradition of this committee, we find out in advance who has invited each one of the witnesses. It gives an opportunity to better prepare as we're going forward in this. And yet, in this particular case, we didn't find out who invited the various witnesses. In fact, it's worth noting for the record that we still don't know who invited which particular witness. I have some theories as to which party invited a majority of the witnesses based on some of the testimony that came out, but we don't actually know which party was responsible for inviting most of the witnesses, which is the standard tradition here. And so I really, my question to the officials here, does Canada already have a national bulk purchasing strategy?
So two parts to the answer to that question. So first is that Canada does have, through the support of provinces and territories, the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance, which has existed since 2010. And it does report that as of April 1st, 2023, savings from the activities to participating in public drug plans are estimated to be $3.89 billion annually. With respect to the context of the bill itself, it refers to a plan or a development of a national bulk purchasing strategy advice coming from the Canadian Drug Agency. So that as yet does not exist.
So thank you. I appreciate that. So the continuation of a national bulk purchasing strategy wouldn't necessarily contravene anything that Canada's currently doing. Is that correct?
With respect to what the Bill C-64 commits to, which is the generation of advice upon request to the minister, that would not be being continued because it doesn't exist yet.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So my next question, and perhaps Ms. Boudreau, you can answer. On Thursday, I had asked how long you guys had been working on this particular bill, and at one point you said a few months, and then a year, and then it was back to, well, a couple months. Have you been able to clarify how long you've been working on this bill?
We have been able to do that. I am going to ask my colleague to do it simply because he wrote down all the numbers before we came. But my recollection from my response was the amount of time we had spent working on some of the policy work and then when we had started the actual drafting. So I'll let my colleague fill in those numbers for you.
Yeah, so I think the essence of the response that was given last time when we gave witness testimony was referencing the nature of policy development is not necessarily a linear and continuous such that it has a defined start and end, which is all a way of saying that from the beginning of the process of developing something, all of the options that got assessed, advice that was provided to minister in the course of, it actually was prior to my joining the unit itself, so it has been going for more than 2 years is an easy estimate. But
I didn't ask about the policy development. I asked how long was this legislation, how long did it take you guys to draft this?
So drafting of legislation and all of the work that goes into that it tends to occur concurrently with the policy development because the two go hand in hand.
So then in this case, did it happen concurrently or was this an anomaly?
There was nothing anomalous about this process in terms of when you're developing legislation or you're developing the policy advice that's going to lead to the instrument of the use of legislation. You do work with all of the agency, or all of the elements of the public service that support legislative drafting through that process.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Doherty, and then Dr. Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sat on this for some. I had my hand up and was on the speakers list, I believe, for CPC 8, and then it was withdrawn. But the point I wanted to make with that is I asked an honest question regarding the ruling on it, and our colleague from the NDP took the opportunity to go on and take a partisan shot suggesting that we were filibustering that just because I asked a simple question. It's theater for him because the cameras are on, and he takes every opportunity to slam us when it was an honest question that I had regarding CPC 8 and the inclusion or the words Indigenous peoples, Indigenous governing bodies, and that. I want to further, which is why I'm using the opportunity now to bring this up. Just because we ask a question or that we are bringing forth reasonable amendments, we're not it's not a filibuster because we're asking these questions, because we honestly want to get this right for Canadians. The question that we have and the points that we're making is, again, that this is not a farmer care bill. I'll draw the attention of the committee to page 4, clause 6. The last line of it is that it starts, the minister may, if the minister has entered into an agreement with the province or territory to do so, make payments to the province or territory. And the last line, for the specific, make payments for the specific prescription drugs and related products intended for contraception or the treatment of diabetes. Our colleague from the NDP has brought up his concerns regarding heart medication. They will stand up and they'll say that they have got this done for Canadians, that every Canadian, that whatever the stats are, 9 million Canadians that are struggling with or that are diabetic, or whatever those stats are for that, which we have said that this is important for those Canadians that struggle with those issues. Why didn't they fight for the heart medication? The folks that are cardiac patients. Why can't this bill be amended, or why couldn't they have fought for those Canadians that are struggling with other serious long-term diseases and issues, medical issues that require access to medication? That is they want to build this as pharmacare, a pharmacare bill or a national pharmacare program. Well, why wouldn't they, when they're sitting around the table with their coalition partners, why wouldn't they have fought for that? Mr. Julian will grab the mic probably more times throughout the course of this evening and talk about his constituent that has $1,000 a month for heart medication. I'm certain that Mr. Julian would have known about this when he was at the table negotiating this piece of legislation. Why didn't he fight for that at that time? How many millions of Canadians require that medication? Does he have those stats? It is, it's frustrating. Again, I use that term because, again, this is not a pharmacare piece of legislation. It deals with contraception and the treatment of diabetes, nothing else. This CPC 9, this is a reasonable amendment, again, dealing with what this piece of legislation is truly about, and that's it. Mr. Julian's already stated his intentions to vote against it. I will suggest that he's going to vote against all of the CPC amendments because, well, they're common sense, and we've seen that the NDP, at least within the last number of years, of that common sense has gone out the door with their costly coalition. So it is frustrating for me. It's frustrating when we ask a simple question. My question regarding CPC 8 was short and to the point, asking for clarification. And Mr. Julian should have just probably looked at the camera and spoke directly to Canadians, because that's who he was acting for, putting on the act for. It was not a filibuster at all. It was simply to get clarification, and I take offense to the fact that he says that we are filibustering that simple point, that simple amendment. Thanks.
Dr. Ellis? Thank you very much, Chair. And if I could direct perhaps a couple of questions to the officials. Mr. McDonald, I was paying attention, but maybe I missed some of the nuance of what you were saying. And this is not well defined in the bill, and again, that's probably what's creating the difficulty. Are you suggesting that a national bulk purchasing strategy, as talked about in this bill, will then see the elimination of the PCPA?
No, that's not at all. what I was referencing or inferencing at all.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you just maybe move closer to the mic or vice versa? I'm just struggling hearing you. And I couldn't put my piece
Apologies
in
for
it.
that.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
That sounds better. No, that was not at all what I was suggesting. What I was simply stating, two parts in the response to the question. First is the existing coordination of price negotiation that provinces and territories have set up through the existing Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance. And I was just simply distinguishing that from the advice that the minister under the Bill C-64 would be seeking from the Canadian Canada's Drug Agency to suggest a future development of or forwarding of. It was not intended in any way in my remark to suggest that there would be a replacement of existing activities. It's just supporting the discussion amongst provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, and other partners and stakeholders about where to next and what improvements might be made.
Thanks very much. And through you, Chair, if I might, to you, Mr. MacDonald. So then the question is, are you saying that in a forward-looking bill that the CDA, which is just brand new, newly formed, are you suggesting then that they would do pricing negotiations? Is that what you're suggesting? Because you know what? Again, on behalf of Canadians, I'm seeking clarity here, and I'm not obtaining it. I apologize for that, but is that what you're saying?
Not at all. What the National Bulk Purchasing section of Bill C-64 refers to is, seeking a term here, more improvements in the existing price negotiation steps that are taken in the pharmaceutical management system in Canada today. Where might improvements be sought? How might that be affected? It's intended to be an expert guided conversation, and the Canada Drug Agency is suited to guide that conversation. But it is not intended to be in any way a replacement for the PCPA. I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you very much, and Chair, if I might. So if this is not a new national bulk purchasing strategy, then therefore, in my mind, the word continuation of a national bulk purchasing strategy would be most appropriate. If you're telling me that the Canadian Drug Agency is not about to replace what exists now within the PCPA, then continuation would be most appropriate. It's not setting up something new. Is that what I heard?
So it's just distinguishing between, so the activities of the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance are ongoing now and continuing, and what the bill references is the development of advice that would support a conversation amongst provinces, territories, Indigenous peoples, other partners and stakeholders about where to next, what might happen for the future development of national pharmacare. So it's distinguished between the actual activity that's occurring now, that's the PCPA that you're referring to, not terminating or any way that, but it's about the development of advice to support a conversation about the future development of pharmacare.
Well, thanks very much. And through you, Chair, though, Mr. MacDonald, doesn't that advice already exist from the now, well, it's not really defunct, but the now being replaced CADIF, that they already created advice around pricing and risk-benefit, cost-benefit, pharmacoeconomics? That was already part of their mandate, was it not?
That was generally part of their mandate as a health technology association. You're correct. This is about the minister being able to seek a specific piece of advice about where in Canada in future, as part of future pharmacare, where coordinated price negotiation, where improvements might be made, because it is an important element of pharmacare as a total package.
Thanks very much, and I will continue along that line of questioning because I'm not, you know what, again, this is about transparency. So, listen, I know I'm here as a parliamentarian, but on behalf of the average Canadian, what it appears to me that you're saying in a multitude of different ways, and I don't believe that you're trying to be obtuse in your answers, but it would appear what you're trying to tell me is that the future vision of pharmacare would suggest that the Canadian Drug Agency would do what now the PCPA is doing. And without understanding what the Costly Coalition's vision is, it becomes very difficult for me to understand what it is you're saying. Not because I don't understand English, I do, but your answer is obtuse without perhaps meaning to, and I don't mean to be negative towards your answers, but if I don't have an understanding of what the negotiated vision is, because you might have been part of it, we were not. We who represent the opposition were not part of that conversation around what the vision is on behalf of Canadians. And you know what? I think that Canadians deserve to know what the vision is. And if the vision means that there's going to be a new national bulk purchasing strategy, which will be under the purview of the Canadian Drug Agency, then they need to hear that. And if it's not, then the wording, which is in this amendment, which talks about, as my colleague eloquently pointed out, page 4, I believe, paragraph 6, that this is specifically about diabetes and contraception, and it's also about the continuation of a national bulk purchasing strategy. So I'm going to ask you to be concrete, which I know you don't want to be, I understand that, but either this is the creation of a new pathway under the auspices of the Canada Drug Agency, or it is the continuation of a national bulk purchasing strategy. So I ask you, sir, on behalf of Canadians, which is it?
So two parts there. So first, this is not creating a role or a new role for Canada's Drug Agency in the realm of price negotiations. So I just want to be very clear about that. The bill sets up a future conversation about the future of pharmacare. Now, as part of that, the bill sets out that the minister may request advice from the Canada's Drug Agency on two elements to develop expert advice to support that conversation. And so one of those two pieces is to guide the development of advice on where might Canada go in terms of realizing improvements in its price negotiation strategy today. And the reason for that is that previous public, I'm referring specifically to Hoskins, previous advice by expert panels on the operation or how a pharmacare might work have always pointed to the savings that would be realized from coordinated, negotiated drug acquisition. So that's the element that Bill C-64 refers to, is the development of the advice or further understanding about how and where that might work. It is not intended to be a reference to the existing activities of the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance at all.
Well, I want to say thank you, but I'm still very unclear, because the PCPA has the ability to do a national bulk purchasing strategy. Is that not true?
So the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance acts on behalf of all of its members, so all provinces and territories in Canada, and in doing so coordinates the purchase for their public drug plans, and indeed some federal drug plans are part of that as well. So it has the ability to conduct those price negotiations. And so what Bill C-64 sets is it authorizes the minister to seek advice from Canada's Drug Agency in its position as having expertise in the field to guide the development of advice to support that future conversation amongst decision makers about how that might, how there might be improvements that could be realized. It doesn't commit that they would be adopted. It merely supports the development advice to support a conversation.
Yeah, so I guess, and through you, Chair, on behalf of everyday Canadians, the PCPA, for all intents and purposes, is a national bulk purchasing strategy. Is it or is it not?
It is the coordinated price negotiation upon which the letters of intent that are signed by, at that process are used by public drug plans to
Sorry,
acquire.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm not asking you for the caramel secret here, okay? That's not what I'm asking you. On behalf of Canadians, for all intents and is there another national bulk purchasing in secret that Canadians don't know about? Because if there is, on behalf of Canadians, please tell us. But for all intents and purposes, for public plans, this is the national bulk purchasing arrangement that we have at the current time. Is it not through the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance?
Yes, it is through the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance that all public drug plans coordinate their purchasing, their price negotiation to subsequently purchase.
As I said, I'm not asking you to define the theory of relativity here or the caramel secret, whichever is more difficult, but the...
Point of order,
what
Mr.
I'm,
Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am a bit uncomfortable with the line of questioning. We're getting from our witnesses complete answers, but actually, Dr. Ellis just has to read the bill. If you look at the principles, Section 4, and how it relates to Section 9 of the bill, those answers are already evident. So it is relevant, but I do find this a bit repetitive, this questioning, and it's also questions that are already answered by a careful reading of the bill.
You tried to couch it as a point of order, but it was a point of debate, I'm convinced. Go ahead, Dr. Ellis.
Thanks very much, Chair. And in spite of the fact of what Mr. Julian wants, there is a significant lack of definitions inside this bill, which to me is perplexing. It's perplexing because, you know what, one of the things that Canadians do not understand is how medications are approved in this country and how they are purchased and how those decisions come to be. And for a bill, and again, I'm sure even Mr. Julian could sit down at a moment's reading and read the 4-page pamphlet because it's not that difficult to do in a single reading because it's not rife with details. And in spite of the fact that the Costly Coalition would like us to simply pass this bill through, our job under the Westminster style of government is to provide a robust opposition to those things proposed and their willing and wasteful spending by the Costly Coalition. So what I'm trying to do on behalf of Canadians, unlike what Mr. Julian is want to do, is to allow this pharmacare pamphlet to pass without scrutiny, is on behalf of Canadians understand the system that exists now. And again, I would suggest that I probably know as much as there is to know about the purchasing system in Canada and the manufacture of medications, et cetera, and the prescribing thereof. And therefore, what I would suggest is that, again, this bill is not being truthful. This bill is suggesting, and again, there is a bit of humor in there when I ask you about the caramel secret and the theory of relativity. I'm not meant to be disparaging. We do have to have a bit of fun here. But that being said, on behalf of Canadians, what we're trying to do is to understand clearly what this bill is proposing. And I'm still not convinced that we are there. And again, as I said, I don't have a problem with comprehending the system that exists. What I would say is I'm having a problem comprehending your answer, not because it's in a foreign language. It's not. It's in one that's I can understand, and I'm sure if I were listening in the other official language that it would be translated appropriately. That being said, there appears, and again, I'm not trying to be disparaging, but an element of bureaucratic speak that is really not clear on behalf of Canadians. And I will take you a bit to task on that to say I'm imploring you on behalf of Canadians to be clear. And maybe, I know you don't like yes or no answers, but I'd really like you to attempt to answer them in the sense of the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance yes or no, is a bulk purchasing strategy that currently exists in which the public plans of Canada's territories and provinces and perhaps a few other partners participate at the current time. Is that true, sir?
That is true that they jointly negotiate, yes.
Great, thank you. So therefore, the wording in this particular amendment, which again, as I said previously, is related to contraception and diabetes, which my colleague, Mr. Doherty, has eloquently pointed out, is clearly laid out in this bill that that is exactly what the pharmacare pamphlet is about. And it therefore is about the continuation of a national bulk purchasing strategy. It is not about creating something new. You said that there may be some forward-looking idea at some time in the far future that it could possibly change the vision of allowing the minister to ask the CDA for advice. I don't think adding the words continuation of a national bulk purchasing strategy in any way, shape, or form is going to harm that potential or never to happen ability to ask the Canadian Drug Agency for advice, because they do now get advice from the former arm called CADIF that we've talked about. That is part of their mandate as well, is to talk about pharmacoeconomics and cost benefit. So I thank you again. In no way, shape, or form was I meant to be disparaging towards your answers, but I think it's important to seek clarity. And I think, Chair, that from the interventions that we have heard and the advice that we've obtained from our experts here this evening, that it's even more important on the basis of clarity and transparency for Canadians to understand that the amendment as proposed under CPC 9 is the appropriate amendment to bring clarity and vision to the pharmacare pamphlet. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Mr. Nakvi, please.
Thank you, Chair. So we will be opposing this amendment. It builds on what I presented earlier, which is that this is a framework legislation that develops a framework around pharmacare. We, of course, are talking about the first phase around that framework that focuses on diabetes and contraceptive medication. The legislation goes beyond that in terms of developing a national bulk purchasing strategy, and somehow limiting the scope, as this amendment suggests, undermines the essence of this framework legislation, and therefore we think that it is counterproductive and really does not pursue the aim that the legislation is trying to do, which is to create a framework legislation around pharmacare, starting with the first phase, which is to make diabetes and contraceptive medications available to Canadians coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
Dr. Ellis, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Again, I'm not sure that I follow Mr. Nakvi's logic here to say that this is undermining any future ability to do anything. This is a service that is already provided by the Canadian Agency for Drugs and Therapies and Health, CADIF, and certainly one would believe that if they want to rewrite the potential future intervention of the Canadian Drug Agency, then I would suggest that this paragraph is not where that should happen. I believe, I can't quote you chapter and verse, but I do believe that there is a segment which talks about the Canadian Drug Agency, and I think that if Mr. Nakvi wishes to define what that might look like, then certainly that is something that we're happy to entertain. Again, on behalf of Canadians, our expectation is that there's an honesty here with respect to the national bulk purchasing that already exists on their behalf. Because if we don't define it as such, what this bill in its aspiration would suggest to Canadians is that they are going to get a better price for their medication somehow through this bill. And we know that when you look at the public plans that negotiate these prices, adding another 1 million people to that negotiation is not going to enable a better pricing effect. And we heard that again, if we want to talk about the facts, which Mr. Julian is often mentioning. The facts are, we heard testimony with respect to that. The Canadian national bulk purchasing strategy that exists, and for clarity, we'll call that the PCPA, the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance, that what we heard from the manufacturers who are represented here, that their thoughts were that it was an incredibly rigorous negotiation that already exists in a market with small margins. Now, Mr. Julian was also obviously at that time wanting to say that these were lobbyists, when we know that everybody that appeared here as witnesses were lobbyists. That's what they were. They were all lobbyists. So to attempt to be disparaging on folks who have and run businesses and employ thousands of people across the country, to say that they are lobbyists, well, as I said, everybody sadly that appeared in the truncated
Point of order,
form.
Mr. Chair.
Of order from Mr. Julian.
Yeah, I have to ask you to rule on relevance here. Dr. Ellis seems to be wandering off again.
I'm not sure that there's been a significant veering. If you can make the connection to back to CPC 9, but I don't think you've gone that far astray, Doctor.
Well, you know, I mean, yeah, I don't even know what to say to that, Chair. I mean, clearly, I was talking about the system that exists now, the pricing that exists now, the lobbyists were here. I think, wow, you know what, I know that I use, anyway, I was going to say something very negative, but I shall not say that, because that would be inappropriate. So, Mr. Julian, please pay close attention. And if you're struggling with that, then grab a cup of coffee.
Oh, please, direct comments through the chair. This is bound to descend into chaos if we start firing shots
Chair.
directly at people. Fire them through me, please.
Yeah. Maybe, Chair, you could ask Mr. Julian to grab a cup of coffee if he's struggling with his attention. Anytime, Chair. I apologize for directing it directly to Mr. Julian. It's much better to say it that way. Anyway, that being said, you know, what Mr. Julian was suggesting was that the good folks who provide medications to Canadians were not being truthful with their testimony that we heard. And of course, if we had more testimony, perhaps we could have heard opposing opinions, but we didn't. Because of Mr. Julian and the Costly Coalition, we were only able to hear 10 hours of testimony. So if he thinks that what they're saying is not true, then again, we'd be more than happy to hear more testimony, but because of their motion, just for the clarity for Canadians on closure that limited the amount of testimony that could possibly be heard, we were very limited on who we were able to hear from. So again, what we already have is an existing national bulk purchasing strategy under the auspices of the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance. And it really is beyond belief that what both Mr. Julian and Mr. Nakvi are saying without transparency is that they don't think that's a national bulk purchasing strategy, that they think that perhaps in the future the Canadian Drug Agency will provide some of that. Whereas, you know, this is in no way, shape, or form limiting that ability to do it, because we've already established that that goes on now. The pharmacoeconomic discussion happened previously before May 1st at Cardiff, and is now, I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Maybe Mr. McDonald, you could make this clear to the committee, that is there a joint CDA in Cardiff, or Cardiff is no longer relevant and they're out of the picture altogether. So perhaps before I go on, could you make that clear to the committee? Is the governing structure now solely the Canadian Drug Agency and not CADIF, or is there some sort of overlap at the current time? And Ms. Boudreau, it looks like you might want to answer, and if you do, please feel free. Thank you.
Sure. Well, in fact, a CDA is being built from CADIF. So CADIF continues to exist in the sense that the people that work there, its structure, et cetera. But the activities that are being added to CADIF, which are set out in the legislation, as you noted, Section 7, those are, CADIF is growing into, if I can put it that way, they are the nucleus of the CDA. And maybe if you'll permit me, Chair, I would like to just make a couple of comments on the earlier questions that may help clarify the difference between PCPA and the purchasing strategy that's mentioned in the bill, if you'll permit me only. Yes, okay.
Please.
Again, in the hopes that this would be helpful, just want to point out a couple of differences in PCPA. My colleague noted, as you did, that it is in regards to the negotiation of prices for public plans only. So just public plans and negotiations of prices. PCPA, in fact, does two things. So one by one, they negotiate prices. So they do have product listings agreements, so product by product. And then they have a framework with respect to generic drugs that's been in place for some time. I think whether that could be called a bulk purchasing strategy is really something you'd have to ask the PCPA itself. I would leave that to you to consider, but those are the two fundamental things that they do. The other thing I just want to point out is that the PCPA, in its negotiations, as I mentioned, they are price negotiators for pharmaceutical products only. And when we speak about the strategy, if you look at the term that's used, we do use a broader term, which is pharmaceutical products and so related products. And in that sense, because some of those products could be at a point in time in the context of bilateral agreements, it could certainly go beyond just the pharmaceutical products that are being negotiated for prices only in the context of the PCPA. Final thing I just want to note is that, as I mentioned earlier, the PCPA is the price negotiator for public plans, but there are also other procurement. I'll use the word procurement, even though that isn't necessarily what they do, but there are other reimbursement organizations, if you will, entities for products in Canada, such as hospitals and cancer agencies. So those types of things would not be part of the PCPA. And then finally, maybe just you noted a question on vision, and I did just want the committee to know that in leading up to the CDA and the creation and the context of what the activities of the CDA would be, which is reflected in the bill in the context of the minister being able to ask advice from the CDA, there was a transition office who did a lot of work looking at where there might be areas of improvement. So, in fact, that's the vision piece. The view is that there is room for improvement, as there often is, even though the PCPA has been in place since about 2010. So, just wanted to give a little bit of that context. I hope it's helpful.
Well, thanks very much for that. And through you, Chair, just perhaps a couple of follow-up questions related to that. Interestingly enough, if we're going to ask the CDA to do things that the PCPA is already doing, to me that would be redundant. And if we're going to ask them to do the similar things that CADIF is already doing, then why would we want to spell that out? I guess that's another part of it. And if I'm not mistaken, I would consider this a national bulk purchasing strategy, given the fact that they do negotiate one price for medications for all public plans, if I'm not mistaken. If I am, please correct me. And I think the final thing is and maybe I'll save it for later, but I'll give you some food for thought, is talking about the budgets for CADIF and the CDA, and understanding, because there is some cost associated with the stand-up of a new agency, which should be talked about in here. So I won't ask you that now, but I'd like to give you a heads up. Perhaps you have the information with you, and perhaps you don't, but if you don't, maybe we'd love to hear that at some point. So the question would say, obviously, if we're negotiating one price for medications, let's call it metformin, on public plans, that would, in my mind, and I believe on the minds of Canadians, be a national bulk purchasing strategy, even though, as you mentioned, you could certainly add on other agencies such as hospitals. There's no issue with that, although they do benefit certainly from similar prices as does elsewhere. And if the Canadian Drug Agency is taking over for CADIF, and they already do these things, then why would we need to spell that out? This would be a continuation of that work.
I may not have been clear. So the CADIF functions currently, before moving towards becoming the CDA, was quite limited to the what we call health technology assessment. The functions that would be added and the activities that are added are what's set out in the legislation. So there will be more that will be happening within the context of the new CDA than what currently is done by CADIF. And maybe finally, just to note as well that the PCPA is a construct of the provinces and territories, and what you see in the bill is that before the CDA would develop any advice, or the minister would ask for that advice vis-a-vis some of the functions that the CDA will do, there will be consultations with the provinces and territories as well. So in fact, there will be collaboration and a lot of close work with the PCPA.
Well, thanks very much for that, Ms. Boudreau, and through you, Chair. I guess I'm still struggling with understanding. We're adding another layer of bureaucracy here, is what it sounds like to me, that even though that we have something that's functioning, the PCPA, and negotiating national prices for medications, as I said, let's take this medication called metformin in a very specific instance, is that price is being negotiated on a national basis for public plans. And so why would we need another agency to provide more advice? If there's already negotiations that exist, generally from public plans, why would we need more input? I don't understand that. And if you could explain it on behalf of Canadians, I'd love to hear it.
I would come back to the functions that the CDA will undertake that goes beyond, again, what CADIF does now. So data analyses, a lot of work around appropriate use, all of those things will inform how the strategy can come together. So none of those activities are currently done by the PCPA. So if you look at the activities that are set out in the bill, that's where you see the expanded work that CDA will be able to do and what they will be able to bring to then inform a strategy that the PCPA doesn't currently do.
Yeah, thanks for that. And through you, Chair, it's interesting you talk about appropriate use, and I certainly think that at some point we'll come to that, and it would be a shame if this pamphlet that's being rammed through, if we can't get to that amendment specifically to debate it related to appropriate use. It would appear that on behalf of my physician colleagues, certainly I would suggest that the last thing we need is another government agency telling independent practitioners who've been educated by our great country which drugs to use in certain situations. I mean, to me that seems overly draconian and a significant violation in terms of the ability to prescribe which medications. When you look at the system that currently exists, there's a prescription does not need to even have an indication on it. And therefore, a government agency beginning to encroach on that independent nature of the practice of medicine, to me, seems significantly burdensome and troublesome government overreach. Again, it's the vagueness of the wording that exists. And I wish I could sit here and say that I'll take the government at their word, that there will not be that significant overreach and interference with respect to the independent practice of medicine. However, I don't believe that to be true. So when I begin to look at the next several paragraphs, these are going to be incredibly troublesome. Again, with the potential meddling of the government with the independent practice. And, this is something which I can only hope will not come to fruition, and certainly something that I know myself and my Conservative colleagues will be quite happy to fight against, that government interference. We know that many medications are used in an off-label fashion, which it concerns me significantly, not only in this bill, and I'll only mention this for a second, Chair, so that Mr. Julian doesn't lose his mind over it, but the Budget Implementation Act that exists now talks about significant increase in ministerial powers with the ability to limit things like off-label use, when we know that every single pediatric medication that is out there, with perhaps the exception of antibiotics, is used in an off-label fashion, because there are very few studies done on pediatric patients to give that specific indication. So beginning to look at the appropriate use clause that exists in this pharmacare pamphlet, again, to me indicates significant bureaucratic government overreach and interference with the independent practice of medicine. And, you know, certainly we've seen it, I've experienced it before in medical practice, where people who have not even examined a particular patient will want to argue with the physician about the diagnosis, that from afar, from a referee's chair at a tennis match, they would like to say, hey, this is not correct, that's not the diagnosis, it's not what should be happening, et cetera, when oftentimes it's somebody who has had a significant and long-term relationship with a patient, with multiple medical trials and multiple consultations for a diagnosis. So as I would suggest, looking further down the road, and I'll be happy to repeat these comments when that time comes, but I wanted to get them on the record because it's very likely we will not get to those amendments, and these amendments will be rammed through on a vote without any significant consideration by this committee, much the way the rest of this bill has been, which on behalf of Canadians is a travesty. So, Chair, if there's no other ideas, I'm certainly happy to cede the floor and move on to a vote with respect to this particular amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll note that the Conservatives have allowed one amendment to be voted on in 3 hours. That's thousands and thousands of dollars of committee time that has been devoted to the study. And the Conservatives filibuster, blocking this legislation as they have since February 29th, has meant that Canadian taxpayers, folks that are working hard, trying to make ends meet, have seen thousands of their tax dollars going into a filibuster, blocking legislation that is actually going to help people. I do want to address the national bulk purchasing strategy, because it is true that Canadians pay more, and they pay more because of Conservative government decisions to extend patent protection. It was a beautiful sweetheart deal by a former Conservative government that extended patent protection so that Canadians pay unbelievably high drug prices. And it was Conservatives that caused that. And instead of saying, gee, we're sorry, Canada, we apologize for everything we've done to wreck your access to medication, we have Conservatives filibustering the next step, which is actually having a national bulk purchasing strategy that covers, through universal single-payer pharmacare, allows us to bring the cost of those drugs down. New Zealand did the same thing, Mr. Chair, and I know you're aware. Costs of some drugs went down by 90%. 90%. So not only does pharmacare in this bill, C-64, enhance Canadians' ability to access medication, diabetes medication, contraceptive medication and devices, but what it also does is, by putting in place the national bulk purchasing strategy, allows us to start meeting what other countries have already found, which is rather than just paying massive prices and extending patent protection to the pharmaceutical industry with the huge costs that has entailed. Now, it's made huge profits and lobbyists are happy. But instead, having a national drug purchasing policy will allow us to follow the lead of countries like New Zealand that have reduced the cost by 90%. Now, what this Conservative amendment, CPC 9, proposes to do is actually stop that, freeze it in place. Don't allow the bill to move further so that we can have in place a national drug purchasing strategy that goes beyond diabetes and beyond contraceptive. I oppose this. It's been 3 hours. Conservatives have allowed one amendment to come to a vote. I wish they would stop doing this, as it's not in the interests of their constituents or any Canadians for them to continue, as they have since February 29th, in blocking this legislation.
Ms. Goodrich, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's worth noting that Mr. Julian has found the need to interject at every available opportunity and continues to mislead Canadians, saying that it's been 3 hours when the reality is this meeting got to quite a late start, and so it's been less than 2.5 hours. But that falls into a space of semantics. I really get frustrated when they continually try and say this is a pharmacare bill when the entire guise of this is a creation of looking at 2 separate categories of pharmaceuticals. It's been mentioned many times in this meeting that heart pills aren't included, a variety of medication isn't included, and so it is not in fact pharmacare. Perhaps at very best, and this is being overly generous, it is a very small step towards pharmacare, but the reality is it's not. It's a pamphlet that agrees to certain categories to possibly at one day maybe look into creating something, but it really is just a way for the Liberals to get the votes so they can do whatever they want, act like they're in a majority government, and have the NDP hold the bag all the way along, tanking both of their polls in the process. And so this is something that Canadians need to hear very clearly. And if they were so proud of this bill and they thought this was so wonderful, they would have actually allowed a little bit more time to have these kinds of conversations. The fact that we were hearing from witnesses, and while we were hearing from witnesses, which is where we're in theory supposed to get some of the amendments, only like midway through listening to the witnesses on Friday, the due date was the due time for having the amendments in. So it was impossible to actually have amendments from all of the witnesses we heard from, because any witness that we heard from after probably like 2 p.m. on Friday, the ability to write the amendment, get it to the legislative clerks, then get it translated and get it off to the clerk, was really pushing the bounds of what was and wasn't possible. If this government really cared about democracy, they would have extended the ability to have the deadline for amendments until today. Then we could have had the clause by clause tomorrow and been in a much better situation. But we're here because they've decided to ram this through, because they've been able to fail to plan to do anything that they've told Canadians they're going to do. This is a pattern of behavior from this NDP Liberal government where they continually tell Canadians that they're going to do something, they fail to do it, and then blame Canadians. And so I'm going to bring up the fact that this is not a pharmacare bill. I will join in some of the conversation of my other colleagues, but rather than continue to belabor the point, I will cede the floor, hope that we can have a swift vote on this and get to the rest of the amendments, because there are some amendments that I think are very important that we should have that will make this bill better, even though I don't think this is a very good bill to begin with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That exhausts the speakers list. We ready for the question? Shall CPC 9
Excuse
carry?
me, Chair. I'd like to request a recorded division.
Madam Clerk, CPC 9.
On CPC 9, Dr. Henley.
Against.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Je vote contre.
Merci. Mr. Nakvi.
No.
Dr. Pulowski.
Against.
Ms. Sidhu.
Against.
Mr. Doherty. Mr. Ellis. Dr. Ellis.
Absolutely for.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen.
In favor.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Contre.
Merci. Monsieur Julian.
No to the filibuster.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 9 is therefore defeated. How do people feel about a 10-minute health break? Any strong
Miss-
opposition to that?
Mr. Chair, if we
Yes.
have a 10-minute health break, I would ask that we extend the meeting by 10 minutes, considering we started late.
Very well. I'd ask the vice chair to take the chair, please. Thank you.
That was going to be great. Three, where are we at? Now, just so everyone's aware, as we just did amendment CPC 9, which was defeated. And now the next question is, shall clause 3 carry, is the question before us.
On division.
I don't see anybody opposing that on division. Everybody good with that? Yes, great, thank you very much. So clause 3 shall carry on division. We are now moving on to clause 4. There is an amendment, CPC 10. I certainly, I don't have my notes here in front of me. Just one second.
Mr. Chair,
CPC 10. Yes, please, Ms. Goodridge.
I would like to move CPC 11.
Okay, very good.
So the reason why I'm choosing to skip CPC 10 is we have actually already had the conversation on the verbiage when it came to the conversation around Indigenous peoples versus and Indigenous governing bodies, and therefore I would withdraw. Can we have unanimous consent to withdraw CPC 10?
Excuse me, Ms. Goodridge, I don't believe there's a necessary to have unanimous consent if nobody moves that particular motion. So, that being said, that CPC 10 has been not moved at all. We'll move on to CPC 11. Ms. Goodridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was just trying to save a little bit of time to get back some of the time that's been filibustered by the NDP members on this committee. I love that. At least he understands that what he's doing. Anyways, the amendment here is in clause 4 to be amended by replacing line 20 on page 3 with that it is more consistent across Canada in order to avoid a patchwork of care. Believe that it's absolutely important that we do address the inconsistency in coverage that already exists in the Canadian context, and this bill as it is currently written doesn't actually necessarily deal with that piece. And so this is part of the amendment that I think is a very common sense amendment, and I would urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of it. This will strengthen the legislation and help remove the patchwork side. So, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting against this amendment. What it actually does is it is in contradiction with the other CPC amendments that are intended to create that patchwork of care. And so I think the language that is in the bill is very clear, and we should hold to that. I'll be voting no on CPC 11.
Thank you very much, Mr. Julian. Mr. Nakvi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And we will be also voting against this motion because I think the language is fairly clear in the bill when it talks about consistency in Canada, and to me that's very clear from a statutory drafting perspective as to what is meant, and adding anything more to it as being suggested is really is redundant and doesn't add any more clarity whatsoever. So I think the way we see the wording is appropriate, and therefore there's no need for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nakvi. Ms. Goodridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do actually think that it is important to have, in order to avoid a patchwork of care, this is part of the problem that has been identified as we've heard witness testimony, and so it's a space where I appreciate that they want clarity. It's a 4-page pamphlet. It's not a pharmacare bill, as we've pointed out time, and we will probably continue pointing out time and time again. But I do think that showing Canadians that the intent is to avoid a patchwork of care is incumbent. But I guess if both the Liberals and NDP have already decided that they are comfortable having a patchwork of care, I guess they can vote against this amendment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Goodridge. Mr. Julian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be very clear on this, there seems to be a contradiction between saying this is a pamphlet, but also Conservatives admitting that this is going to have a real impact on people's lives in a positive way. And so I note that contradiction. People who are watching this committee see that contradiction, that the reality is passing this bill is going to make a difference in the lives of millions of people. And the language that is already in the bill is very clear in having consistent coverage across Canada, including the previous amendments that we have rejected. It is to keep the bill actually doing the effective work that the bill will do once it's passed by Parliament and the Senate, hopefully, and then moving from there to the Minister having negotiations with the provinces and territories. And so, for those reasons, I will vote no.
Mr. Julian and Mr. Doherty.
Well, let's be very clear. The reason why our colleague from the NDP is voting no is because he's been told from his coalition that this is the way that they want it, that's the way that he is to vote with respect to any CPC amendment. It's the same old that we hear time and again when it comes to legislation that we've been told time and again in the House. The government tells you just let it get to committee and we'll work in good faith and amendments will be taken in and we'll work with great collaboration with all parties to get this bill right. Well, look where we are today with a piece of legislation that really isn't. They're calling it pharmacare, really isn't pharmacare. This is the line that we're talking about so that Canadians are fully aware of what we're talking about here. So it is page 3, clause 4, subclause A, and the last sentence, in a manner that is more consistent across Canada. What is being proposed is that is more consistent across Canada in order to avoid a patchwork of care. If the whole argument that we hear from our colleagues down the way is that there are millions of Canadians that do not have, there are some that do have care and have programs and have access to medications, and that there are some Canadians that don't. Well, for me, it's a patchwork of care that we're experiencing, that Canadians are experiencing, which, if you want to believe what our colleagues are saying, that they are trying, that this bill is all about, C-64 is all about, is about making sure that we're eliminating the patchwork of care. Well, why not put that in the bill? No different than what we said earlier on, and we talk about the heart medication, that we have cardiac patients and constituents that have cardiac issues, and our colleague from the NDP has brought it up a number of times that his constituent faces $1,000 per month because of the patchwork of care that we have in our country. Yet he still didn't negotiate when he was sitting at the table with his coalition partners didn't negotiate to have cardiac medication in here, heart medication in here. Another medication that was not, or another rare disease that was not, is not mentioned in this, and I don't believe it was mentioned in any of the testimony either, which is ALS. And the thousands of Canadians that struggle, that is inflicted with this horrible disease. It brings me to remembering one of my constituents who was struck down at the age of 28. He was a soldier within our Canadian Armed Forces, the best of the best, his commanding officer said. And at the age of 28, with his future right in his hands, Dean Gorsline was struck down. But with ALS, he lived the remainder of his life much like my, bless you, much like my former employee, Brett Wilson, who passed away last August, after 9 months after his dad, Rick, was passed away from ALS as well. Both Rick Wilson and Dean Gorsline lived the remainders of their days after their diagnosis fighting for Canadians that were struck with ALS. Better people than myself. They turned their attention to ensure that that next Canadian that was diagnosed with ALS had access to those drugs that could prolong their life, that in the hopes that could walk back the impacts of that terrible disease. You know, we don't in this country have a rare disease strategy. And, you know, we talk about this national pharmacare plan, what Bill C-64 or what our colleagues suggest that Bill C-64 is. And it does none of this. It doesn't provide greater access for those Canadians that are struggling with rare diseases such as ALS. You know, I think about that when we're talking about this bill, we're talking about you know, getting greater access, getting Canadians greater access due to the size of our country, and in some cases the comparatively small population that of Canadians that are inflicted with certain diseases. Canadians struggle to have access. Pharmaceutical companies will not look at Canada in a favorable way to provide access for the small groups of Canadians that are inflicted with such illnesses such as ALS. So they are forced to lobby. They are forced to do whatever they can, even though that their days are limited before this terrible disease takes over. It is absolutely horrific to see and watch. You know, I think about cancer patients within our country that this bill does nothing to talk about access to more medications and treatments. If it was a true pharmacare bill, wouldn't it, you know, again, we should have noted that. Maybe perhaps it would have been brought up. It's disappointing. This CPC 11 is a nonpartisan amendment that simply clarifies or adds to the line, and again, I'll read it out, in a manner that is more consistent across Canada. It simply adds, in order to avoid a patchwork of care, which is exactly what we're talking about, and which Mr. Julian's got his hands up, so he'll continue his NDP filibuster in the next little bit here. And he'll go on and on about how conservatives are ragging the puck and filibustering this bill, but yet every chance he's on that speaker's list, Mr. Mr. Chair, speaking as much as Conservative members. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will cede the floor so that we can get to the vote on CPC 11, unless Mr. Julian wants to continue his filibuster.
Mr. Julian, please.
Oh, okay.
Floor, Mr. Julian.
Yep, I'm going to time myself because Conservatives are spreading a lot of disinformation. They talk for 15 minutes and somebody else talks for 20 seconds and they say, oh gosh, it's the other parties that are doing the filibuster. We all know who is blocking the bill and why 3.5 hours have passed at the cost of thousands of dollars. And we've only had votes on 2 amendments. I just wanted to flag one thing, Mr. Chair, and that is Bill C-213. If Mr. Doherty was right about wanting comprehensive, they don't want to have patchwork, they want a comprehensive pharmacare plan, my bill, C-213, 3 years ago and about 3 months ago, every Conservative, except for Ben Loeb, and I think Ben Loeb actually listened to his constituent, Ben Loeb, listened to his constituents. No other Conservative voted in favor of that. So I find the pretensions about a patchwork of care a little rich, given the Conservative track record. It took me 59 seconds to intervene, Mr. Speaker.
There are interventions with respect to CPC 11. If not, are we ready for the question?
I'll request a recorded division, please,
Recorded
Chair.
division on CPC 11, please.
C11, Dr. Henley.
Against.
Madame Kayabaga. Merci. Mr. Nakvi.
No.
Dr. Pawlowski.
Against?
Ms. Sidhu.
Against.
Mr. Doherty.
For.
Dr. Ellis.
For.
Ms. Goodridge.
En faveur.
Dr. Kitchen.
For.
Monsieur Blanchette Jonca.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
No, contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 11 is therefore defeated. Brings us to CPC 12 in the name of Dr. Ellis. Would you like to move CPC 12, Dr. Ellis?
Oh, Chair. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. So, you know, this amendment, CPC 12, and sorry, my notes are a bit mixed up since I was sitting in the chair in your absence.
And he is a physician, can't read his own handwriting.
Yeah, and I probably need to put my glasses on, which I don't want to do. But this amendment speaks about respecting the autonomy of Canada's highly trained healthcare practitioners. And this is exactly what I talked about here. And I find what I talked about previously, and I find it unusual as to why this actual clause in the first place might exist. So perhaps we'll start off by asking the experts why this might be a part of it, the appropriate use of pharmaceutical products in the original form, namely in a manner that prioritizes patient safety, optimizes health outcomes, and reinforces health system sustainability in order to improve the physical and mental health and well-being of Canadians, while respecting the autonomy of Canada's highly trained healthcare practitioners, and it goes on. So my question would be, is why do we need this particular paragraph in there anyway? Support the appropriate use of pharmaceutical products. Because when you begin to think about that, that would suggest that at the current time there is significant inappropriate use of pharmaceutical products. Now, I could make a bunch of assumptions that you're therefore against so-called safe supply, which in my mind would be the inappropriate use of pharmaceutical products, namely in a manner that prioritizes patient safety. Once again, that would allow me to believe that this NDP Liberal Costly Coalition doesn't believe that Canada's highly trained healthcare practitioners are practicing with the safety of Canadians in mind, or with the objective of optimizing health outcome, and of course being good stewards of the, sadly, the health system, which is, in the words of one of the former presidents of the Canadian medical system, Catherine Smart, on the brink of collapse. So I'm not entirely sure, and maybe I'll start with Ms. Boudreau or Mr. McDonald as to what the conversations were with respect to the need to insert this paragraph. And I just need to reiterate it. It talks about prioritizing patient safety and optimizing health outcomes and reinforcing health system sustainability. And I guess my question then is, I don't guess, I know my question is this bill in this particular paragraph suggesting that that is not the case at the current time?
Sorry for the pause here. I'm just trying to find the exact spot.
I can provide that for you if you'd like. So it's on page 3. The paragraph I'm referencing is under Principles 4C as in Charlie. The amendment would be a line, adding a different line 29. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Great.
So you're quite, to point out, as you just did, it is part of the principles that the minister would be required to consider when moving forward on the National Universal Pharmacare. The others, A, B, C, and D. And then speaking specifically about appropriate use, one of the reasons that's there and is that there are numerous studies to show that, in fact, there are issues with improper prescribing or over-prescribing, and you're probably aware of a lot of efforts around de-prescribing, in particular with older patients. So the idea of the mention of appropriate use is to ensure the safety of patients, and it can also, when the right drug is given to the right patient at the right time, it can also have some savings both for the system and for the patient themselves. The other thing I'll just note is that the reference is also made in the context of the work that would be done by the CDA. So similar reference is made in Section 7 of the legislation. And then, of course, there's the work that would be done by the CDA to produce the appropriate use strategy. And then finally, just to close, I mentioned earlier that in working toward the CDA, there was the CDA Transition Office. And in part of that work, there's been a fair bit of work done already in the context of appropriate use strategy, and there will be a publication that's, sorry, there's a mosquito. There will be a publication of that recommendation from that expert committee very shortly. Thank you.
Well, that's absolutely fascinating to me, and certainly for Canadians listening at home, I would suggest to you that this is an absolute travesty to independent practitioners. And I guess I would like to implore my physician colleagues on this committee to make comments with respect to this. That is not to say that mistakes in medicine don't happen, that there is potential for inappropriate prescribing. But I guess what I would suggest is that I would love to hear their comments with respect to the government creating an agency which is then going to potentially monitor physician prescribing, the appropriate prescribing of medications, de-prescribing, which is not a new concept, and then to suggest that the government knows best with respect to what your physician should be prescribing or not. I mean, realistically, that's why doctors go to medical school, is to understand the right patient, the right drug, and the right diagnosis. Now, for all my physician colleagues out there, that's not always easy. This is an inexact science, and we know that even with long-term relationships with patients, appropriate examination and testing, that oftentimes the diagnosis still remains elusive, or certainly it's not in keeping with what the patient may like it to be, that specific diagnosis, or what it actually is, or you may actually lack the ability to access appropriate specialist consultation to come to the appropriate diagnosis, or the wait times, which I mentioned previously. And sadly, we have the longest wait times that we have had in Canada in recorded history in the last, since we've been keeping that time in the last 30 years. The wait time from seeing a family physician to seeing a specialist and obtaining specialist care is over 6 months. And so when we begin to hear this, that now we're going to have a government knows best approach, I wish I could interpret it differently. I can't. When I hear those things, and I want to take my parliamentarian hat off and put on a doctor hat and say, really, that I need the Canadian Drug Agency to talk to me about patient safety, outcomes, system sustainability, and an appropriate use strategy? I mean, when we begin to look at this and the incredible difficulty of how you might roll this out, this to me, it makes me not just want to add an amendment, as is in CPC 12, respecting the autonomy of Canada's highly trained healthcare practitioners. What it makes me want to do is get rid of the entire paragraph. I mean, this is an affront to the autonomy of physicians, pharmacists, nurse practitioners, in the future, physicians' assistants, with respect to their training, to suggest that now we are going to have a government agency that is the intervener to say, well, maybe you don't know exactly what you're doing here, and we need the Canadian Drug Agency to talk to you about patient safety, health outcomes, and system sustainability. First of all, let's talk about patient safety. I can only imagine that, heaven forbid, I'm practicing as a physician, and my good friend and colleague, Mr. Doherty, comes into the office, and I have to wait for a memo from the Canadian Drug Agency to tell me what is appropriate to prescribe to him and what isn't. What did I go to school all those years for? The interaction between the patient and the physician coming to a mutually agreed upon diagnosis and treatment plan and follow-up and appropriate prescribing with respect to the contraindications, the indications, and the potential side effects is what is sacrosanct in medicine. That is what Canadians already expect. Now, if they're not getting that, and if that's the assertion here in this bill, that Canadians are not getting that, and Ms. Boudreau, I want to reassure you that just because I'm looking in your direction, I'm not directing my ire at you. That's not the point here. I'm directing only in your direction, so I don't mean to make you feel that way. I direct my ire at the folks who created this ridiculous clause inside a bill to suggest that, as I stated earlier, we're talking about patient safety. To suggest that a prescriber doesn't have the appropriate abilities to understand the patient's safety associated with drug X, Y, or Z, and also to have that ability to appropriately understand the potential drug interactions and the monitoring and the potential side effects that is required. That is what prescribers go to school for. That's why physicians go to school. That's why you're there. The biggest tool that you have, besides being a good diagnostician as a physician, is related to the things you have in your toolbox, which would be related specifically, in the majority of cases, to medications. When you go to see a physician, oddly enough, Historically, when no one else could prescribe medications, guess what you came out of the physician's office with? Anybody want to guess? Well, it's a prescription 85% of the time. Because that's what makes, and still does, makes physicians unique. When you go to see the physician, you would like advice, you would like understanding, you would like explanation. And whether we like it or not, whether we want to admit it, we would like someone to fix the dang problem that we went in there with. If I went in with a sore big toe, I don't want to come out with a sore big toe and no plan to fix it. I want someone to say, this is what we're going to do about it. Through all my years of training and practice and experience and knowledge of you personally, that's what we're going to do. We have a plan. And if you're a primary care provider or a specialist, it doesn't matter. If you don't care enough as a Canadian trained and internationally trained physician or anybody who's a prescriber to know that there's a person behind what you're doing and that they have to be safe and trustworthy of your advice and your intervention and your prescribing, then my goodness, the last thing we need is a darn government agency trying to say, hey, well, you better reconsider what it is you're doing and what you're prescribing. My goodness, how cumbersome is that going to be? Just a minute, Mr. Doherty. I got to get the Canadian Drug Agency on the phone. I'll call the 1-800-WHO-CARES phone number, and they'll get back to me in 6 months. I mean, of course, I'm being facetious. I trust I'm being facetious. There's no plan within this pamphlet to suggest that I'm not. But that being said, the ridiculous nature of saying that we need an agency, and I'll come to the other points, first and foremost to talk about patient safety. If you have a prescriber in your life who's not primarily concerned about your safety, then you're in deep trouble. You will not be safe. It doesn't matter if we have a Canadian Drug Agency or a CDA, an LMNOP, a QRST, UVW, X, Y, and Z agency who's there to protect your safety, you're in deep trouble. Health outcomes. Now, health outcomes are incredibly important, but it all comes down to not necessarily just nationwide or countrywide health outcomes. It also comes down to your personal health outcomes. And if we're going to make an agency of the government of Canada, which is the most inefficient agency who can't, in this government, sadly, they can't issue passports, they can't pay their bills on time, they certainly can't manage inflation, they can't build houses, even though that we all know is not within the purview of the federal government. There's an inability to provide primary health care, as we've already talked about, to 7 to 10 million Canadians. There's an inability. Here we go. There's an inability to provide lab tests in a timely fashion.
Point of order for Mr. Julian.
We've now had votes on 3 amendments after 4 hours, and I would question the relevance again of Dr. Ellis.
Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous.
Dr. Ellis, please go ahead. We're talking about the autonomy of physicians, and that's what the amendment relates to.
Amen.
And I don't think we're very far off that. So go ahead, Dr. Ellis.
No, I mean, through you, Chair. This is talking about a significant change in how medical care is delivered in this country, and Mr. Julian thinks this is a joke. I am unsure of what his antics are to attempt to interrupt what we're talking about here. Maybe it's because he doesn't understand what it is to provide medical care. I don't think he needs to understand that, Chair. What I think he needs to understand is what it is to actually receive medical care. And if he doesn't understand that, I'm quite happy to provide him with a diatribe with respect to that. But if he does not believe, and Ms. Kayabaga, if you want to wave your hands and you don't think it's important either, this is ridiculous.
Please, Dr. Ellis and everyone else, direct your comments through the chair. The back and forth, the shots are uncalled for. Ms. Kaibaga, you don't have the floor. If you want to have the floor, you should put your hand up. And Dr. Ellis, please go ahead. But
you know what, Chair? I do apologize because this is This is something that and no, I don't apologize for calling out Ms. Kayabaga. What I do apologize for is the passion with which I've approached this, because it is incredibly important on behalf of Canadians, and it's not humorous. It's not humorous. It is something that's incredibly important. And for anybody who doesn't want to choose to believe that, that's their own prerogative. And Chair, I would suggest to you that those who do not have the floor really should keep their peace. That being said, Chair, again, having a government agency that wants to be responsible for health outcomes on quote-unquote behalf of Canadians, when, as I mentioned previously, we know that the relationship between a primary care provider and that patient is sacrosanct in Canada, and that's something that Canadians are absolutely starving for. When we ask them what they would like to see in a healthcare system, what do we hear? They'd like to have a primary care provider because they trust that the training that that primary care provider has had will best represent their interests and create a relationship, and hopefully as a primary care provider over the long term, understand what the patient's goals are with respect to health outcomes, which leads me very clearly to understand here that there's no mention in this pharmacare bill of what the patients may want. This is, again, a costly coalition brought forward pharmacare pamphlet which does not mention that. Then there's two more points that we have to discuss here, is system sustainability. Once again, the best stewards of the healthcare system are those people who are working in it, not another government agency. I don't believe for 1 second that there are groups of primary care providers out there who, when they make a decision, whether it's a pharmacoeconomic decision about understanding the best, for example, ACE inhibitor to prescribe and the pharmacoeconomic advantages amongst ACE inhibitors and the studies that have been released over the last 30 years that encompasses all of them, or whether to choose to use which the choice is naturally at this day and age made for a prescriber to use generic medications, which appear at the current time to be reasonably good pharmacoeconomic decisions. Those are made often outside the purview of the prescriber, but certainly when we know that when there are untoward effects, there's a significant ability to allow a primary care provider to advocate on behalf of their patient to have the best health outcomes related to the best medications with the fewest side effects available at the current time. And that's something that, certainly primary care providers have done from time immemorial to say that the system itself is part of the overall ecosystem in which primary care providers and specialists alike practice. Are there people out there who are willy-nilly ordering MRIs and CAT scans and unnecessary lab work? There's a few. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that there are not, but do I believe in any way, shape, or form that another government agency certainly from this costly coalition government, the most inefficient government and the government with the most inability to provide basic services to its citizens, should be the one who's now in charge of system sustainability, and believing that primary care providers and specialists alike have absolutely no idea of what's going on or no responsibility to the system? That's a fallacy, and it's quite frankly it's an affront to prescribers out there everywhere, and more importantly, it's a big fat lie. Finally, on an appropriate use strategy, for the edification of those watching, and I hope not for my colleagues, physicians out there have to maintain a continuing medical education every year to ensure that they are able to continue to practice medicine in the most forward-looking fashion available. So again, it's another slap in the face to physicians, pharmacists, nurse practitioners, to talk about an appropriate use strategy, whether it be for medications or hospital beds, MRIs, CTs, ultrasounds, specialist consultation, et cetera. The practice of medicine is not some cookbook kind of thing that you do on your days off that you say, well, suddenly I think, I'm just going to be a doctor. Maybe I could whip out this book and look up the fact that maybe somebody has has syphilis or something like that, and say, hey, this is the test that I need to do. And knowing that syphilis is now rampant in this country, and perhaps multi-drug resistant syphilis, that now we need to talk about an appropriate use strategy. I just don't believe that's true. That's why, if our primary care providers out there don't have a desire to understand the environment in which they practice and continue to get better, that is why we have those governing bodies in existence now. We don't need another legislative body to come out and say, this is what we need. Is surely the Canadian Drug Agency will make sure that everything is going to be used appropriately. Surely the Canadian federal government will be the best arbiter of that. Again, I will close by saying this is a slap in the face to every highly trained healthcare practitioner out there, and it needs to be amended. Thank you.
Mr. Nakvi, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think what this clause is doing is ensuring that we put the well-being of patients front and center, and that's really what is central to this clause. And that sort of goes to the essence of the principle of appropriate use. I don't think this clause in any way is challenging the concept of physician autonomy, but what it's saying that at the center of everything that we do, we need to make sure that patient well-being is front and center, and sort of that primacy of patients by using language like health and well-being of Canadians is really at the core of this provision. And of course, we heard from Dr. Ellis, and love to hear from colleagues from the Liberal side as well, who are medical practitioners and have more experience than I would do on this particular area. But this is what my understanding is. It's really sort of looking at ensuring that in the Canadian healthcare system, the most important feature is the well-being of patient, to have a system that is patient-focused, patient-centric, and this is what this clause is trying to do. And in no way it is trying to take away from the autonomy of a physician, but making sure that Canadians' well-being remains centered to it, and that's why this provision is drafted in this way. And I suggest that we vote against the amendment because it dilutes the patient-centric aspect of it, which I think is critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Kitchen, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's interesting to hear the conversations that we've had today, and I recall on Friday when Canadians were sitting and listening to what was going on, and the short list of witnesses that we had, and who many of them had put forward recommendations that they would have liked to have seen being addressed and looked at. And as we were aware that at that time that the time frame was 4 o'clock for when they had to be in, and so a lot of them were not there. And so people and Canadians that are watching this are expecting that this committee look at those amendments and make some changes. And I said at the time that there's no way that this NDP Liberal government would ever accept any of the recommendations put forward, and they're just going to push through with what they're doing. And when we look at this amendment that's being put forward here, I'm a little shocked when I heard Ms. Boudreau when you said about appropriate use. And I'm wondering if you can clarify for me the meaning of what you said at that point in time. on the issue of appropriate use of practitioners, suggesting that practitioners are providing medications inappropriately, providing medications without keeping track of it, et cetera. Could you clarify that, please?
Sure. The idea of appropriate use is really, in the simplest terms, is the right medication, the right patient at the right time. So typically, for example, even now, physicians will look at practice guidelines often to decide which would be the best treatment. There is certainly the discussion and the patient and physician relationship, but the statistics are fairly consistent that in fact there is a good deal of overprescribing that occurs. So for example, with seniors in particular, there are statistics of as many as 2 million seniors reporting that they are taking medication that they inappropriately. And when that happens, you do have severe, often severe and certainly serious side effects. That then results in patients using up health system resources, going to hospitals, et cetera. So appropriate use is really intended to be a tool that would be used by the physician to do, as has been noted here, which is to work towards the best possible outcome for the patients. So it's another tool that would help physicians do that.
Thank you for that clarification. I find it shocking that in my years of practice, with all the professionals that I've practiced with, and your suggestion that they aren't trained and suggestion that they aren't doing that appropriate use is mind-boggling, because these practitioners, whether they be pharmacists, whether they be doctors, whether they be nurse practitioners, whether they be nurses that are providing those medications, your statements are suggesting that what this legislation was written up for was to give the minister the ability to regulate what that appropriate use is. And I find that extremely shocking, that we're sitting here with a piece of legislation to basically tell practitioners who should be paying attention to what's being done here, that once again this government is coming after them for what they're doing and putting the power in the power of the minister to do that. This government came after practitioners that incorporated, and with the capital gains tax that they're now proposing changes to. Again, trying to attack professionals along those avenues. And here we see another attack at them. The great Paul Harvey said that self-government won't work without self-discipline. And self-government is what practitioners do. And they govern themselves. That's what regulatory bodies are there for. And they have those regulatory bodies. Each one of them have those bodies there to regulate and govern their professionals. And they have steps and procedures to deal with that. And you're saying that this legislation now is suggesting that you're going to take away that autonomous ability of those practitioners and put it in the hands of the minister to deal with this aspect of things. And I find that just appalling. My riding is Souris Moose Mountain, and the great city of Weyburn is in my riding. And the great city of Weyburn is home to Tommy Douglas. And many of his family are still in the community and are in the areas. And when the legislation came out in 1962, does anyone remember what happened right after that legislation came out in Saskatchewan? There was across the board doctors' strike. Why? Because people were attacking the professionals. The dental plan, again, that's being put forward by this government that suggests we're going to provide all this help for Canadians. And don't get me wrong, we need to have that health care. I'm 100% behind providing that dental care. But of those practitioners that are of the ones that the government and this Liberal NDP government keep talking about, hardly any of them, less than 1 to 2% are dentists. There are dental hygienists, but they're not dentists. And when you try to find a dentist, you can't find them. and you try and find a dentist in a rural community, there's almost impossible to find one. So for the statements that you're making here and clarification of what this piece of legislation says, and this in particular, this part 4, section C, it is in suggesting that if this goes through, that the professionals will be regulated by the government of Canada, by the Minister of Health. And that's appalling. And I think Canadians that are watching this, and doctors and professionals, healthcare professionals, need to be aware of that they're losing their ability to self-govern. So I just find it appalling that where we wouldn't turn around and take a look at this simple piece of amendment to it, to provide that and ensure that autonomy is there for the trained healthcare practitioners that provide that service. I just find it shocking that people would not support this piece of this amendment.
Dr. Hanley?
Thank you. I'm really happy to speak on this regard, especially at invitation of my friend and colleague, Dr. Ellis. Look, I haven't been intervening a lot in today's clause-by-clause debates because my constituents are asking me to support pharmacare and get this critical legislation passed. I do think, with all respect, there's a little bit of trust me, I'm a doctor, tone to what Dr. Ellis and colleagues have been saying. Of course, physicians practice with patients' best interests in mind. That's a given. We're all trained to do the best we can, as do the vast majority of health professionals in general, whether we're talking about OTs, nurses, pharmacists, lab techs, all the providers in the system. But we all contribute to a system where errors and overprescribing occur. I was thinking when my colleague quoted a great Dr. Harvey. There's another Dr. William Harvey who said, as art is a habit with reference to things to be done, so is science a habit in respect to things to be known. And I think we just have to look at a little bit of what the science is telling us. So, for instance, nearly 70% of Canadians over 65 take 5 or more medications. About 10% take 15 or more. And that's a recipe for a higher risk of harm, hospitalization, other reactions, injuries, potentially avoidable hospitalizations, and even deaths. And there are many, many studies and much evidence to document polypharmacy, overprescribing, and inappropriate use. It doesn't mean physicians aren't working hard or prescribing diligently, but mistakes do occur. And I think of this as a kind of a system. This is a system error or a way of errors, and we need system approaches. An example, there was a U of T program to provide tools to practitioners to recognize inappropriate medication use as a result of prescribing cascades. So in other words, you participate in a system where more and more medications potentially get added on to a patient's prescribing list, and no one really has the tools or the time or maybe not even the knowledge or to really take a look at de-risking and having that holistic approach to reducing the risk of adverse effects by re-examining the whole list of medications. Alberta even has an appropriate prescribing and medication use strategy for older Albertans. Most physicians, and I'm sure Dr. Ellis knows very well in practice, the Choosing Wisely program, of which the Canadian Medical Association is a strong partner in, which really is again looking at increasing physician knowledge in recognizing where there are common pitfalls, whether in the way we use diagnostic strategies or in prescribing. So further to all that body of evidence, I just don't see where it says that the minister or the CDA or the government is going to tell physicians what to do. what I see are principles, and really what the clause says is that the minister is to consider the following principles. I won't read the whole thing, it's before all of you, but specifically it says the minister will support the appropriate use of pharmaceutical products, namely in a manner that prioritizes patient safety, optimizes health outcomes, reinforces health system sustainability in order to improve the physical and mental health and well-being of Canadians. I don't know a physician that is not going to support that principle and that does not want to participate in a system that helps improve patient safety through rational and appropriate prescribing. So that's why I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Dr. Pawlowski?
Much in keeping with what Dr. Hanley says, I support the section as presently worded. I don't think it needs to be amended. I certainly do not think the purpose of this section is to establish bureaucracy, federal bureaucracy, to decide on what is and isn't appropriate prescribing of medications and pharmaceutical products. That kind of decision and judgment is rightfully left to institutions like the College of Physicians and Surgeons of the individual provinces, medical advisory committees, chiefs of staff, and chiefs of department. And again, I don't see this as any attempt to encroach on that jurisdiction or make those kind of decisions which are appropriately left to doctors, and there is appropriate oversight within the medical community. Again, as Dr. Hanley has suggested, these are things for the minister to consider when working towards implementing a national universal pharmacare. And certainly the minister and the whole system would want to certainly consider what is and isn't appropriate use of medications when setting up such a system, along with safety. And I would say I would put the emphasis on sustainability. And even those of us who've been practicing a medicine a long time, I think we all kind of learned as we were clerks and interns that we should always take the cheaper option when available. And I think similarly in setting up a national pharmacare system, if there's a choice between drug A and drug B and both of them work just as well, in order to make a more affordable system, which I think all Canadians want. We don't want to all be paying all our money in taxes. We want to be able to use the cheaper medication when they have equal outcomes. So again, although I do understand where the concern is coming from the Conservative Party, I do not see that as being the intention of this clause. Thanks.
Mr. Julian, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do note that Conservatives have squandered our time today. We've got over 4 hours now to vote on 3 amendments. I really regret that. This is one of the most important bills ever to come before the Health Committee. Certainly since universal health care was adopted in the 1960s because of Tommy Douglas, because of the work of the NDP in a minority parliament. And I'm really saddened that Conservatives have squandered 4 hours now of committee time at the cost of thousands of dollars to consider 3 amendments that seem to be not amendments really made in good faith either. If we're talking about patient safety, I'm almost tempted to ask our witnesses the number of Canadians that die every year because they can't afford to pay for the medication that their doctors prescribe. It would be a rhetorical question. The Canadian Federation of Nurses Union and the DeSilas already spoke to that. 600 Canadians die every single year because they can't afford to pay for their medication. So their doctors, in good faith, prescribe the medication. The patient leaves the doctor's office and can't afford to pay for it. And in every 2 days on average, we lose 3 Canadians because of that. 600 Canadians dying every year because of a lack of ability to pay for medication. So the pharmacare bill meets, at least to start as a first phase, that important need. When it comes to diabetes medication, it will save a couple hundred lives every year. And as it moves in phase 2 to heart medication and other types of medication, we're talking about many more lives being saved. So I would, through you, Mr. Chair, I would call on my Conservative colleagues to stop blocking the legislation, to stop filibustering tonight, to stop raising points that can be readily answered just by reading the legislation, readily answered just by understanding the dynamic that kills 600 Canadians a year because we don't have universal pharmacare in place. And that's why it's so important tonight to get through this legislation. Fortunately, the House of Commons had the presence of mind to think ahead and thought that Conservatives would filibuster, as they have. And that's why we will be able to complete the clause by clause tonight. And it's because of the House of Commons voting to say to this committee, you have to keep sitting until all the amendments are passed. But I would have preferred that the Conservatives would have allowed debate on the amendments rather than filibustering each one. And that would have allowed us actually to move through. We would be in the process of looking at the final few amendments at this point. That's not what happened tonight, and I regret that. This is too important for Conservatives to filibuster and block. I know the member from Carleton hates the idea that Canadians would be helped, but they will be helped because I think a majority of members around this committee table believe profoundly in stopping that horrible death rate of 600 Canadians a year.
Dr. Ellis?
Thanks very much, Chair. You know, it's interesting. I would never, ever suppose to know what is inside Mr. Julian's head, through you, Chair. And it fascinates me to no end that he would suppose to know what the member from Carleton thinks, that he doesn't think pharmacare should exist or that 600 people a year should die or anything like that. You know, that's utter nonsense. And, you know, when you want to talk about numbers of people dying, as I mentioned, you know, from people not being able to access the system in which this NDP Liberal coalition government promised 7,500 doctors, nurses, and nurse practitioners, which we all know is the purview of the provincial government, but they promised it nonetheless. That 17,000 to 30,000 people, because not all provinces report and territories reported the deaths, die every year because they can't access practitioners and/or services. So we have a system that is on the brink of collapse, and a system which Canadians questioningly and appropriately should trust the NDP Liberal coalition to create another system, which is quite fascinating to me, to suggest that we need this national system simply to protect the NDP Liberal costly coalition. Everybody in Canada knows that is the only reason this piece of legislation has reached the floor of the House of Commons. Everybody in Canada knows that the coalition is what has caused pharmacare to come to the floor of the House of Commons. Now, Mr. Julian might say this is his, greatest crowning achievement, et cetera, the most important thing since Tommy Douglas created pharmacare, all those things. But what we know is that Canadians want a functioning healthcare system first and foremost. So that's the counter to his argument. And to suggest, again, that Canadians, the Conservatives on behalf of Canadians are mounting a specific and robust opposition to what the costly coalition has provided to Canadians over the last 9 years, which is a doubling of rent, a doubling of mortgage, the fastest rate of interest rate increase in 40 years, the greatest amount added to Canada's debt in the entire history of the country. And to say that is something that then we should entrust them with very specific and other far-reaching bills is, in my mind, hogwash. Back to the fact of talking about the autonomy of physicians, On behalf of Canadians, I wish that I could share Dr. Pawlowski and Dr. Hanley's, again, through you, Chair, I don't want to say something disparaging, but that their ability to forego rigorous scientific examination of what the government has done already in the past, that we should just simply trust them. Now, of course, they're part of the government. They're part of the costly coalition. Doesn't matter how much I like them. They're still a part of it. And if you want to be in French, a béni oui oui, and just suggest that everything is good and shake your head yes, then you can continue to do that. That is the prerogative, of course, of members of Parliament. But when we know that, if there's no nefarious purpose, then why would this particular paragraph outline under the principles that suggests the ministers to consider the following principles? And this is what they can do. This is the power that the minister specifically has asked to be outlined in this bill. And yeah, of course, we have a system that's not perfect. I understand that. Do mistakes happen? Yes, I already admitted that. They happen. There are by times that the things are not appropriate. However, that being said, having a government agency to interfere with the self-governing autonomy of, for instance, physicians in this country, I would suggest to you to say, who would want to practice medicine here? To think that, don't worry, you can trust the government. What's the Ronald Reagan saying? The most hated 9 words in history. Don't worry, I'm here from the government. I'm here to help. I just don't buy that. And people who really want their freedom and their ability to practice in the manner in which they have been trained, in which they continue to have their continuing medical education updated on a regular basis, for them to have that curtailed, perhaps. Again, and this isn't, I'm sure Mr. Julian's down there saying, oh, this is a tinfoil hat idea. Of course, why would the government want to do that? Well, why would you put it in here? If you're not going to give the minister that type of power, then why would you do that? That would be, any self-regulated profession that would agree to that. To me, this is the writing on the wall to say that, guess what? You don't have the ability to regulate yourselves, and therefore you should just trust the government to look after you. Don't worry yourself over that. The government will be more than happy to take care of your every want and need, which is exactly what we hear from this NDP Liberal Costly Coalition every single day, who say, oh, don't worry, we're going to build more houses. We'll just invest some money. What happens? They build fewer houses. We're going to, oh, this is the classic for me. Don't worry. In our platform in 2021, the Costly Coalition said, we're going to invest $4.5 billion in the Canada Mental Health Transfer. How does that going for you? How many dollars have been invested in mental health through the Canada Mental Health Transfer? And it's a very simple answer, because the answer is zero. Zero. So they are very, very good at making lots of announcements and taking lots of pictures and saying, look at what we are going to do for you. And you know what they end up doing? Making things worse. It's worse than nothing. It's making things worse. How can you possibly know there's a housing crisis that, again, is not the responsibility of the federal government, but then to go on and say, we're going to spend billions of dollars and build more houses, and they build less. It's nonsensical. It's beyond belief. And so for our colleague from the NDP, part of the Costly Coalition, to suggest that this is a filibuster, this is a serious and significant defense of Canadian principles that somebody has to say, because Mr. Julian would simply love for us just to go on and say, just pass it. Just go ahead. No problem. We don't need any debate. We don't need any witnesses. We know that the Costly Coalition knows best. And again, that overriding and overarching principle is exactly what underscores my fear around Part C of this paragraph, suggesting that the autonomy for Canada's frontline healthcare providers is going to be interfered with by a federal government, which I think is the absolute travesty. You know, it's interesting. My colleagues talked about patients in here. This is going to be about the primacy of patients, and you know, there's nothing in here that says. It does mention the well-being of Canadians, but it doesn't mention that there's going to be a patient ombudsman or an ombudsperson. It doesn't mention that the primacy of patients being part of the decision-making is in there. None of that wording, which we also heard testimony about, significant testimony suggesting that there should be an ombud related to patient affairs, and patients should be part of the decision-making in the going forward. So not only did this bill not use Canada's two leading experts in pharmacare, both of whom had the ability to testify but were not asked to have input on the bill before it was created. They didn't ask any patients to be a part of it either, and certainly that cry has been going out for a very, very long time, and there's no mention of a patient ombud here to allow patients to be part of that decision making. So do I trust this government? No. Do I have a distrust of most governments? Not in the sense that I don't believe they have some good things in their mind or the good intentions, but do I trust in their ability to act on them and make them reality? And the answer there, of course, is a resounding no, because we see that through the examples that I've been able to provide here. So for that reason, I would implore my colleagues to support this on behalf of Canada's excellent and highly trained healthcare practitioners that exist in the system now. Thank you, Chair.
Speakers list is now exhausted. Are there any further interventions with respect to CPC 12? Mr. Doherty? Mr. Doherty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's nice to have the floor after having to sit for almost 4 hours listening to our NDP colleague filibuster every one of the CPC amendments. He likes to point fingers and say that the CPC are filibustering, but in reality is we're the only party that put forth any amendments for this bill. I will challenge Canadians that whenever a bill comes forward, it is the opposition's job to review pieces of legislation. And as the government always says, is let's not let perfection get in the way of progress. And they say, just trust us. Let's get it to committee and we will work with all parties to make this bill better. Well, the Conservatives rolled up their sleeves, and if you've been listening in for the last 4 hours, you will see that Canadians will see that we have put forth some common sense amendments, nonpartisan amendments that would make this bill more clear and concise and tell Canadians exactly what Bill C-64 is. Unfortunately, after every discussion regarding the CPC amendments, our colleague from the NDP wants to filibuster and goes on and on and on, and then blames it on Conservatives for filibustering for 4 hours. I would assume, well, pardon me, I won't say assume, never want to assume anything, but I would bet, Mr. Chair, that our colleague from the NDP will probably raise his hand and want to filibuster my intervention for the remaining minutes of this committee meeting. You know what's sad is that the NDP had an opportunity with their coalition to really make something that would be beneficial for so many Canadians instead. They kind of bowed down to their Liberal colleagues in the coalition, and they indeed are helping. They're desperate to try and keep the Prime Minister in power, and instead of fighting for actual Canadians and a true pharmacare program, and indeed the constituent that Mr. Julian raises with his cardiac issues, or my constituent, former constituents that have that succumbed to a terrible disease, ALS, or any of the other millions of Canadians that are struggling because of lack of access to a pharmacare program or access to affordable drugs. They didn't. They settled on contraception and diabetes, ultimately left with a two-bill drug that really doesn't include any other Canadians that are two-drug bills, sorry, thank you. So he is listening, so that's good. Thank you, Mr. Julian, for that. He's taking notes because he's going to filibuster the rest of the remaining minutes. Trust me. I'd be surprised if he didn't. He's laughing down the way. You know, and you know, it's been hard sitting here, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues, listening for him to go on for, well, it would be 4 hours at this point right now. And no doubt he'll go on for 4 hours and more minutes after I'm done after this. You know, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, all Conservatives wanted to do with the 43 amendments that we worked tirelessly on in good faith, with also the witnesses that were unable to come to this committee because and we're not allowed to be heard, is to put forth a piece of legislation, amendments that would make this legislation better, one that would truly represent the intent of this piece of legislation. You know, you've heard testimony from constituents all along the way talking about the concerns that they have. You've heard testimony from insurers that have some very real concerns as to what's going to happen with the existing plans and coverage that so many Canadians have. You know, what will be covered in this pharmacare? We heard with Mr. Julian's filibuster earlier that this is just a phase one, that phase two is coming. Just wait, and the check's in the mail. So Canadians will have yet to wait a little bit longer for that. Remains to be seen what that will be. Perhaps at that time, those drugs for cardiac patients, or maybe a rare disease strategy, or access to those medications that so many Canadians are unable to receive or afford, and have to go to other jurisdictions to get the coverage and treatment. You know, it's I mentioned it earlier, we do have 3 physicians on this committee that I deeply respect in terms of their points of view. Sadly, we've heard some from Mr. Hanley. Dr. Pawlowski is, and again, I struggle with his last name, Marcus, I'll say Marcus. He is not speaking up tonight, which I always appreciate his voice of reason at times. Today he's sadly a little bit quiet. So, Mr. Chair, I see that it is about 5 minutes after 8 or thereabouts. I will cede the floor to my colleague. I don't know whether I saw his hand come up or not from the NDP. Mr. Julian would like to filibuster the remaining 27 minutes. He's not making eye contact with me, but I know that he's probably cooking something up right now with his coalition partners. So that'll cede the floor.
That exhausts the speakers list. Are we ready for the question? The question is, shall CPC 12 carry? A recorded division has been requested on CPC 12.
On CPC 12, Dr. Hanley.
Here we go.
Nay.
Madame Kayabaga. Mr. Naqvi?
No.
Dr. Pulowski?
No.
Ms. Sidhu?
No.
Mr. Doherty? Dr. Ellis?
En faveur.
Ms. Goodridge?
En faveur.
Dr. Kitchen?
Oui.
Monsieur Blanchette-Joca?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
No to the filibuster. Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 12 is therefore defeated. That brings us to CPC 13. In the name of Dr. Ellis, would you like to move CPC 13, Dr. Ellis?
Avec plaisir, Monsieur le Président.
With pleasure, Mr. Chair.
So here, once again, what we see is the original clause stating, provide universal coverage of pharmaceutical products across Canada. It's an aspirational goal. It's just not the truth. And I think we've heard this resounding over and over and over again in the reasoned arguments which we have presented, that Bill C-64 and Clause 4 will be amended by replacing line 30 on page 3 with the following, quote, D, make progress on providing universal coverage of pharmaceutical products across Canada. So, you know, Chair, I think it important, again, that this is about having Canadians understand that transparency and sunny ways are something that at the current time, very, very sadly on behalf of Canadians, do not exist with this NDP Liberal coalition government. And what we are seeing is a lack of transparency. They are spending money, you know, at risk of insulting drunken sailors. To say that they are spending money on, quote unquote, on behalf of Canadians, which realistically is in line with the problems that they have already created. You know, some of the things that we've heard are the number of people who are living in food insecurity because of the spending of this NDP Liberal costly coalition. You know, and then what do they say? And so the statistic is that 26% of Canadians are going without food, mostly parents, so that their children can eat. They're skipping meals, going to food banks, etc. They have food insecurity so that their children can eat. And what do we see now? We see the government that created this problem is going to swoop in and save Canadian children by creating a national school food program. Well, you know, let's be honest. If they didn't create the problem in the first place so that Canadians couldn't afford to feed themselves, they wouldn't have to create a national school food program. This is like, you know, if I have a prosthetic business and I remove one of Mr. Doherty's legs and then I sell him a prosthesis. You know, it's not a funny analogy. It's something that's shared between Mr. Doherty and I apologize for being rather graphic. But it just makes no sense. It's like I ram into his car and I have a car business and I sell him a new one. I mean, this is me creating a problem for him and, you know, then selling him the solution, which, wow, for Canadians who are no longer ready to be fleeced by the costly coalition, then they know what lies at the heart of the spending addiction that this government has. You know, the cost of mortgages has doubled, the cost of rent has doubled, the number of homeless encampments is beyond imagination. You know, it's always interesting to be in the House of Commons and listening to question period without answer. And, you know, folks say, well, you know, back when Pierre Poilievre was the Minister of Housing, how many houses did he build? Well, he didn't have to build houses because there wasn't a housing crisis. The federal government didn't have to step in or didn't have to try to step in, as they have tried now and failed miserably by building fewer houses and spending more money. The system, the economy of the country worked in the way that it is imagined to work, such that people who are house builders, they build houses. The permits were granted by municipal governments. And Canadians had money in their pocket which allowed them to afford to pay their mortgage. Interest rates were not out of control, rising the most rapidly that they have in the last 40 years. So when we begin to look at the economic situation that has been created by this costly coalition, and then to have the audacity to say that we will step in and we shall solve your problems, even though it's a problem that they have created. You can't afford your medications, and what we heard some of the testimony talking about was Canadians are choosing between eating and paying for their medications. Well, if the cost of food wasn't so high, then they could pay for their medications. If the leader of the NDP's brother were not a lobbyist for Metro, then maybe the cost of food would be less. If we didn't have a carbon tax, the dreaded tax on everything, and I know that Canadians have heard this before, but it bears repeating. If you tax the farmer that grows the food and the trucker that ships the food, then the people like all of us who buy the food are going to have to pay more. And so as we see that cascading effect, then we know that that is where the problem lies. It's the spending addiction. It's the $10 a day daycare program, again, that can't be delivered. We know that there are not spots out there for Canadian working families where both people have to work because of the costly coalition and the cost of everything, that they are unable to find a daycare spot for $10 a day. And again, they have I can't even explain it, they have the anti-Midas touch. It's not that things turn to gold, it's that things turn to something else in a very different color when they touch them, which again doesn't allow people to have appropriate access to the things that they need in this country. So to suggest that that allowing the costly coalition to create another costly program for two medications, two conditions in this country would be a significant jeopardy. And to go on and again suggest that this is more than what it is, which is what line 30 is suggesting, providing universal coverage of pharmaceutical products, this is not doing any such thing. I know that every other time that we have brought this up, pointing out that all of the testimony was directed exactly towards contraceptive pills and devices and diabetic medications and devices, we know that this costly coalition today has voted it down because they do not want Canadians to know that what they are attempting to create here is very limited in scope and does not fulfill the needs of all Canadians. Further to that, I'll say it again, this does not mean that Conservatives are against medications or against contraceptions or against the good health of Canadians. That is not what this means. What it means is that the way they are going about it without transparency, without accountability, and with the background of spending money foolishly on things like consultants, we're seeing hundreds of millions of dollars being spent there, which could be spent elsewhere. I outlined clearly previously the money that was wasted on the Medicago fiasco, $500 million, and now the Novavax fiasco, another $130 million with a recurring cost of $17 million to Canadians without anything at all to show for it. Nothing. And, you know, you think this is, it's not their money they're spending, it's our money. This is our money, and what we're asking for is accountability and transparency and telling the truth and pointing out what is happening is not the way they're portraying it. This is about contraceptives and diabetes medications. That's what this is about. This is not a universal pharmacare program where it doesn't matter where you go. You probably won't even have to show a card if everything's free. You just have to have your prescription. Boom, everything's free. And nothing is free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This is coming out of the pockets of every Canadian. And when you begin to look at that with the amount of debt and the debt servicing costs that are happening now in this country, that the debt servicing costs are more than $1 billion, with a B, $1 billion every single week, every week, which sadly we know is more than the Canada Health transfer. It is more than that, because this Prime Minister of the Costly Coalition believed that interest rates would never go up, and of course, the infamous quote, "the budgets balance themselves." And we know that this Costly Coalition continues to have an ongoing deficit spending position, which was never the expectation of any government in the history of the free world. That's not their expectation. And folks out there listening, think of it from your own perspective. If you're making $500 a week and you're spending $600 a week every single week, then it becomes very, very difficult.
I'm just starting to fail to see the relevance of the top of the charts, the top best slogan lines and the talking points of my colleagues across the way through the CPC that are being recited at this moment as it relates to CPC 13. So I'm sure, Chair, you'll remind Mr. Ellis to find some sort of relevance to the amendment that has been presented as he goes on and on about things that, it's their usual talking points. Thank you.
As I follow the argument, the amendment is about providing universal coverage of pharmaceuticals, which is an expenditure, and he's talking about expenditures. So I don't.
Everything has expenditure.
I don't see it as being far from the amendment at all. With respect, Mr. Nackby, go ahead, Dr. Ellis.
Thank you very much, Chair. And there's a very old saying, Chair, that the truth hurts. And when we understand on behalf of Canadians that the Costly Coalition wishes to spend more money than they take in, then we also know that there are going to be ways that they are going to raise taxes. The carbon tax is the biggest tax grab. We hear now that as relevant as it is to this particular bill, that they want to increase capital gains on professionals, including physicians, of which we have a lack of physicians in this country. Some estimates would suggest that there's approximately 30,000 family doctors short in this country. And so then when you begin to do the math and look at the capital gains tax increase, which they wish to do, it's a 6% tax grab. And the audacity is that people will say, well, 6% is not that much, but it is considering the fact that physicians who are either retired or are close to retirement, that this is going to be something that they will have to pay out of the savings that they have calculated that they would need to fund their own retirement. So as we begin to consider that, and we hear the statements now coming out of the Canadian Medical Association to suggest again that the fiscal practices and policies of this government are incredibly inappropriate and short-sighted, that yes, the truth can be hurtful to the Costly Coalition to understand that this year that they will run another deficit of approximately $60 billion. In perpetuity, we don't see an end to this. And when you look at the debt clock for Canadians, you can look that up on the internet if you want to understand on behalf of every single person in Canada how much is owed on behalf of yourselves because of allowing the Costly Coalition free rein and the ability to decide how to spend money in a manner which is not responsible. And, whether, my colleague opposite wishes to hear these points repeated or not, you know what, I think that if you hear them over and over again, then maybe at some point they'll sink in. And the next time that he's sitting around with his caucus mates, maybe through you, Chair, he'll have that opinion to say, wow, hey, wait a second, maybe we shouldn't spend $2 billion more dollars. But, now $1 billion here, $1 billion there, it's not much money to think about. But I hope that maybe that he will hear my voice resonating in his head, saying that there you go, that I shouldn't probably vote for spending this money. But, I don't hold out a whole lot of hope for that through you, Chair. So the point of a CPC 13 amendment is really related, again, to provide clarity to Canadians that this is about progress on providing universal coverage of pharmaceutical products. This is not a pharmacare bill. It is a pharmacare pamphlet of 4 pages. And once again, as we heard through testimony from multiple witnesses, and I would suggest that what we are seeing here is that the Costly Coalition wants to disregard or disrepute the testimony of many of the witnesses that we heard, that this is purely about contraceptives and diabetes. That is what this is about. It's not about other medications. There's no other mention. There was no other witness testimony related to it, not to mention the fact that there was really no witness testimony related to an expert helping to create this bill, which is why it's such a disaster. So at that point, Chair, I'm happy to cede the floor and hear what others may have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Sidhu, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to remind colleagues about the testimony of a patient, Mr. Blasky, last week. He told us that the universal coverage that includes diabetes medication is simply life-saving. No one can deny that. We have 3 docs in this committee. No one denies that untreated diabetes cost, millions of dollars when the serious consequences. So with that said, Mr. Chair, I want to make a comment on this amendment. This provisions talks about the principle in addition to the Canada Health Act. The first 3 principles refer to the accessibility, affordability, and the appropriate use of pharmaceutical products. These are the goals and the principle, not descriptions. Removing the word provide weakens the principle, and so that, Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment.
Mr. Julian, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 4.5 hours, coming up to 4 3/4 hours for 3 amendments in the Conservative filibuster. But I do need to respond on the drunken sailors component, because to compare Conservative governments to drunken sailors does a disservice to drunken sailors. Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Chair. I think, point of order, if you check the record, Chair, that's exactly what I already said. So not that funny.
Go ahead, Mr. Julian. I didn't hear a point of order there.
So the Conservatives, when they were in power, put in place the infamous Harper tax haven treaties, which the PBO tells us costs over $30 billion each and every year. Now, I think, Mr. Chair, you and I would probably agree. Liberals should have ended those practices. They've kept them, which has led to a tremendous fiscal problem that is still not resolved. But the Conservatives, when they were in power, gave $116 billion in liquidity supports to Canada's big banks. They doled out billions of dollars every year to oil and gas CEOs. That amount over that dismal decade of the Harper government was about $100 billion. So in short, Conservatives themselves are responsible for about half the structural deficit that we have in our country. And so for Conservatives to ever talk about fiscal management there's only one way to put it. Conservative fiscal management is an oxymoron. They are terrible at managing money, absolutely terrible, because they throw money at lobbyists, they throw money at the corporate CEOs, they don't throw money at people. And this is why I'm opposing CPC 13, because what are they proposing here? They're proposing to move from what says in the bill, what is very clearly stated in the bill, that the purpose, the principle, is to provide universal coverage of pharmaceutical products across Canada. And instead, they put in the weasel words, make progress instead on providing universal coverage of pharmaceutical products. They have no hesitation about massive, massive subsidies the corporate sector to corporate lobbyists. When it comes to people who are struggling, like Amber, my constituent, paying $1,000 every month for her diabetes medication, Conservatives say, whoa, no, we can't afford that. We can't afford the things that actually benefit people. So this is a ridiculous amendment. It shouldn't have been tabled, but I understand the Conservatives just want to block this bill. Fortunately, with the House motion, within the next half hour, we will actually move to consider these amendments the Conservatives have been blocking for the last 5 hours, and we'll be able to get this bill through this committee. But I find it passing strange that Conservatives don't even understand their own lamentable history when it comes to managing money, paying down debt. And if they want to inform themselves, I would suggest through you, Mr. Chair, to Conservative members of the committee, fiscal period returns that are issued by the annually by the Ministry of Finance actually shows which governments are best at managing money and paying down debt. And over the last 40 years, it has been every single year NDP governments at the provincial level that have been the best. If you look at the fiscal period returns, you'll see that compared to Conservative governments, in Liberal governments, the NDP is best at managing money. And there's just a simple reason why that is so, Mr. Chair, and that's because NDP governments put people first. We would put pharmacare before we would put massive bailouts to the banks. We put in place dental care rather than the oil and gas CEOs, the splurging that we saw under the Conservatives. And rather than putting in place a structural deficit of $30 billion a year through the infamous Harper tax haven treaties, we believe that money actually needs to go to people to make sure that they have an adequate income, affordable housing, all those things that most Canadians agree should be the priority of any government. So I take absolutely no lessons from Conservatives. They are horrible at managing money, and their track record shows that.
Mr. Doherty, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, over 5 hours we've had to listen to the multiple interventions, the filibustering of our NDP colleague there. If you believe this, our colleague across the way or down the way, I mean, he's got the medication to make everything better. The NDP are the saving grace for our country, apparently, is what Mr. Julian is saying, which I have to disagree with vehemently. It's interesting. We're debating CPC 13, and the line is make progress on providing universal coverage of pharmaceuticals. I believe we're probably the only party that's talking about providing a universal coverage of pharmaceuticals, because Bill C-64, as we have talked about tonight, is really truly only about providing access to contraception and as well as medication for those struggling with or living with diabetes. It is a common sense amendment, one of 43 that sadly we only got to CPC 13 because of the interventions and the filibustering of our NDP colleague down the way, who every chance he got made sure, but he could not put any amendments forth to try and make this bill any better. Which is deeply disappointing. I know him to be a decent man, but he sure likes to hear himself talk, and I hope Canadians were paying attention to that. There's no doubt he will probably try to get a little bit extra time in after I cede the floor, Mr. Chair, and I'm imploring you to please, we've had enough of his interventions. Because he is over 5 hours we've had to listen to him, and it's deeply disappointing because we could have got to more of the CPC amendments. Over 43. I want it on the record that Conservatives rolled up their sleeves and got to work on this, where our NDP colleagues And our Liberal colleagues, they said, no, they're not going to do it. And all we've heard is just rhetoric from our colleague down the way, who has tried to block any of the common sense amendments that the CPC, in good faith, put forth, because they told Canadians in the House during debate that just to trust them, and that they would get this bill. Let's let Conservatives and the House pass this bill to get it to committee, and we will do good work. Well, there was one party that came to work tonight, and that was, the Bloc, I'm sorry, two parties that came to work. I stand corrected by my good colleague, Ms. Goodrich. Sadly, our colleague down the way from the NDP wasted over 5.5 hours of time on this, Mr. Chair. And
Point of order for Mr. Nacke.
I find this so shameful. Both the Conservatives and the NDP thinking this is some funny game, going on and on, back and forth as to who's filibustering, while preventing us from doing important work. You know what? Better spend my time would have been with my children right now, putting them bed, as opposed to I'm here listening to them being foolish, as opposed to working on a very important piece of legislation that will help thousands, hundreds of thousands of Canadians, millions of Canadians. That's shameful.
Thank you, Mr.
Point of order.
McPhee. Point of order from Ms. Goodrich.
That was very clearly not a point of order. I understand that Mr. Nacke doesn't like to listen to the truth, but
and neither is what you're saying. But gladly, it is now 8:30, and I shall now interrupt the proceedings and go first to thank our witnesses for being with us today. You are welcome to stay, but you are free to leave. And we very much appreciate you being with us, and hope that the rest of your week goes as well as Monday evening has. Thanks again. It being 8:30, pursuant to the order adopted by the House on Wednesday, May 22nd, I have now interrupted the proceedings. Please note that all remaining amendments submitted to the committee are now deemed moved. I will now put the question forthwith and successively without further debate on all remaining clauses and amendments submitted to the committee, as well as each and every question necessary to dispose of clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. CPC 13. Shall CPC 13 carry?
Excuse me, Chair. If you really want to get through these things quickly, it's quite clear that nobody's going to vote for the CPC amendments. We're happy to vote for all of them, and they can vote against them, but I'd like that recorded. It's a bit unusual, I agree, but happy to do that.
So, are you asking for a recorded division, or are you asking that they be negatived on division?
What I would suggest, Chair, is something in between that. I know it's probably not in line with the rules, but what I would suggest.
I can do it by a show of hands.
Can you just wait till I'm done talking? Man. So my suggestion is go ahead.
Go ahead. Do you have a
Thank
point
you.
of order?
I was going to wait for. Yeah, I was going to say. I know Mr. Ellis is down on his own amendments, but there may be a amendment of Mr. Ellis that we support. So.
I'm not down on them. I'm happy to vote. I'm going to vote for all of them. But you're going to vote against them.
Well, you know, we give due consideration to all the amendments, and there's one worthy that we may support.
Okay. Well, don't say I didn't offer you children to have you put them to bed.
I think Mr. Julian wants in on the point of order.
Just very clearly, the motion of instruction gives you the authority to move through each of the amendments. I don't think it will take very long.
Right. CPC 13, shall it carry?
Request a recorded division, please, Chair.
On CPC 13, Dr. Hanley.
No.
Madame Kaya-Bega. Mr. Nacke.
No.
Dr. Belowski.
Oppose.
Ms. Sidhu.
Against?
Mr. Doherty?
For.
Dr. Ellis?
For.
Ms. Goodridge?
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen?
In favor?
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
No, contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 13 is defeated. That brings us to CPC 14. So shall CPC 14 carry?
Requested recorded division, Chair.
Recorded division, please, Madam Clerk.
C14, Dr. Hanley?
Against.
Madame Kayabega? Mr. Nakvi?
No.
Dr. Palowski?
Against.
Ms. Sidhu?
Against?
Mr. Doherty?
For.
Dr. Ellis?
For.
Ms. Goodridge?
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen?
For?
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca?
For.
Mr. Julian?
No, contre.
That's, count, 2, 6, 4, 6 nays, 5 yeas.
Excuse me, Chair. With unanimous consent, I will withdraw 15 and 16.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll get to it in a minute, but I appreciate that. Hold that thought. CPC 14 is therefore defeated. Brings us to Clause 4. Shall Clause 4 carry? Carried on division? Carried on division. Dr. Ellis wishes to withdraw CPC 15 and CPC 16. Do we have unanimous consent for CPC 15 to be withdrawn? I see unanimous consent. Do we have unanimous consent for CPC 16 to be withdrawn?
No.
CPC 16 is not withdrawn, and therefore the question is, shall CPC 16 carry? Would we like a show of hands on CPC 16? All those in favor of CPC 16, hands up. All those opposed? CPC 16 is defeated. CPC 17, shall CPC 17 carry?
Request a recorded division, please, Chair.
Recorded division on CPC 17, please, Madam Clerk.
CPC 17, Dr. Hanley?
Oppose.
Madame Kayabega? Mr. Nakvi?
No.
Dr. Palowski?
Against.
Ms. Sidhu?
Against?
Mr. Doherty?
For.
Dr. Ellis?
For.
Ms. Goodridge?
En favor.
Dr. Kitchen?
For?
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
No, contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 17 is therefore defeated. Shall Clause 5 carry? Carried on division. New Clause 5.1. So that is the subject of CPC 18. Shall CPC 18 carry?
Request a recorded division, please, Chair.
Recorded division on CPC 18, please, Madam Clerk.
CPC 18, Dr. Hanley?
Contre.
Madame Kayabega? Mr. Nakvi?
No.
Dr. Palowski?
Against.
Ms. Sidhu?
Against?
Mr. Doherty?
For.
Dr. Ellis?
For.
Ms. Goodridge?
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen?
For?
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
No, contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 19 CPC 18 is defeated, brings us to CPC 19. Shall CPC 19 carry? A recorded division on CPC 19.
CPC 19, Dr. Hanley.
Yes.
Madame Kayabega. Mr. Nakvi.
We.
Dr. Pulowski.
Yes.
Ms. Sidhu.
Yes.
Mr. Doherty.
Yes.
Dr. Ellis.
Yes.
Ms. Goodridge.
Yes, and go Oilers, go.
Dr. Kitchen.
Yes.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
Oh.
Mr. Julian.
Yes, it's unanimous.
It is unanimous. 11 yeas.
CPC 19 is therefore carried. Brings us to CPC 20. Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, authorizes the Minister of Health to make payments to a province or territory if an agreement has been entered into with that province or territory in order to increase any existing public pharmacare coverage. The amendment seeks to broaden those payments to provide Canadians with public pharmacare coverage, which would have the effect of extending payments to a new group of Canadians not already covered by the Royal Recommendation. As a House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the Royal Recommendation. In the opinion of the Chair, the amendment proposes a new scheme which would impose a charge on the public treasury. I therefore rule this amendment inadmissible. Which then brings us to CPC 21. And this is going to sound familiar to you. Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, authorizes the Minister of Health to make payments to a province or territory if an agreement has been entered into with that province or territory. The amendment provides for payments from the Minister to the province or territory, even if no agreement has been entered into. As a House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition states on page 772, since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the Royal Recommendation. In the opinion of the Chair, the amendment seeks to alter the terms and conditions of the Royal Recommendation and could impose a new charge on the public treasury. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. And that brings us to CPC 22. So the question for the committee is, shall CPC 22 carry?
Yeah,
Recorded division on CPC 22, please.
Yes, sir. CPC 22, Dr. Headley.
Oppose.
Madame Kayabega.
I have to rule
Mr.
that out.
Nakvi.
Against.
Dr. Pulowski.
Against.
Ms. Sidhu.
Against.
Mr. Doherty. Dr. Ellis.
For.
Ms. Goodridge.
Or
Dr. Kitchen.
For.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca.
For.
Mr. Julian.
No, contre.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
CPC 22 is therefore defeated. Le prochain amendement, c'est BQ.
The next amendment is BQ1. Bill C-64, an act respecting pharmacare, authorizes the Minister of Health to make payments to a province or territory if an agreement has been entered into with that province or territory. The amendment provides for payments from the Minister to the province or territory, even if no agreement has been entered into. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on page 772, and I quote, "Since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. In the opinion of the chair, the amendment seeks to alter the terms and conditions of the royal recommendation and could impose a new charge on the public treasury. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible." Mr. Chair, I would like to challenge your decision. The chair's decision has been contested. A question for you. Will we keep the chair's decision in English?
Chair be sustained. We'll have a recorded division on that, I presume. Madam Clerk?
The question is, shall the chair's decision be sustained? Dr. Hanley.
Oui.
Madame Kayabega. Mr. Nakfi.
We.
Dr. Pulowski.
Yes.
Ms. Sidhu.
Yes.
Mr. Doherty. No. Dr. Ellis.
No.
Ms. Goodridge.
No.
Dr. Kitchen.
No.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
No.
Mr. Julian. 6 yeas, 5 nays.
Ruling of the chair is therefore sustained. That brings us to Clause 6. Clause 6 has been amended by the unanimous vote on CPC 19. So the question is whether Clause 6 as amended, shall Clause 6 as amended carry? Carried on division. Okay. Next, we are at Clause 7. Okay. Since NDP 1 was moved, CPC 23 cannot be voted on as they are identical. So we are now at NDP 1. Shall NDP 1 carry? We have consent. Do we have unanimous support for NDP 1? NDP 1 is therefore carried. If NDP 1 is moved, CPC 23 cannot be. And then that takes us to CPC 24. Shall CPC 24 carry?
Request a recorded division, please,
Recorded division on CPC 24, please.
CPC 24, Dr. Hanley.
No.
Madame Kayabega.
No.
Mr. Nakfi.
No.
Dr. Pulowski.
Against.
Ms. Sidhu.
No.
Mr. Doherty.
Yes.
Dr. Ellis.
Yes.
Ms. Goodridge.
Yes.
Dr. Kitchen.
Yes.
Mr. Blanchet-Jonca.
Oh.
Mr. Julian.
No, contre.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
CPC 24 is therefore defeated. That brings us to Clause 7 as amended. Shall Clause 7 as amended carry? Carried on division. That brings us to Clause 8 and CPC 25. Shall CPC 25 carry?
Request a recorded vote, please,
Recorded
Chair.
division on CPC 25, please.
On CPC 25?
Right.
Yes, sir. Dr. Hanley,
Against.
Madame Kayabega, Mr. Nakvi,
Against.
Dr. Pulowski,
Against.
Ms. Sidhu,
Against.
Mr. Doherty. Thank you, sir. Dr. Ellis,
For.
Ms. Goodridge,
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen,
For.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Contre.
Mr. Julian. 7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 25 is therefore defeated, brings us to CPC 26. If CPC 26 is adopted, CPC 27 cannot be moved due to a line conflict. As a House of Commons procedure and practice, 3rd edition states on page 769, amendments must be proposed following the order of the text to be amended. Once a line of a clause has been amended by the committee, it cannot be further amended by a subsequent amendment, as a given line may be amended only once. So the question for the committee is, shall CPC 26 carry?
Request a recorded division.
Recorded division on CPC 26, please.
Sir, Dr. Hanley,
No.
Madame Kayabega, Mr. Nakvi,
No.
Dr. Pulowski,
No.
Ms. Sidhu,
No.
Mr. Doherty, Dr. Ellis,
Yes.
Ms. Goodridge,
En faveur.
Dr. Kitchen,
Yes.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
No. Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
Chair requests a unanimous consent to withdraw 27.
CPC 26 is defeated. We have a request for unanimous consent to withdraw CPC 27. We have unanimous consent to withdraw CPC 27. I see unanimous consent. Brings us to CPC 28. Shall CPC 28 carry?
Request division.
Recorded division on CPC 28, please.
CBC 28, Dr. Hanley,
Oppose. Sorry.
Madame Kayabega,
Contre.
Mr. Nakvi,
Against.
Dr. Pulowski,
No.
Ms. Sidhu,
Against.
Mr. Doherty,
For.
Dr. Ellis,
For.
Ms. Goodridge,
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen,
Yes.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca,
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
No. Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 28 is defeated. Shall Clause 8 carry? Carried on division. Brings us to Clause 9 and CPC 29. Shall CPC 29 carry?
Request recorded division, Chair.
Recorded division on CPC 29, please. Yes.
On CPC 29, Dr. Hanley,
Contre.
Madame Kayabega, Mr. Nakvi,
No.
Dr. Pulowski.
Against.
I'm sorry, Dr. Pulowski?
Against.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Sidhu,
Against.
Mr. Doherty, Dr. Ellis, Ms. Goodridge,
For.
Dr. Kitchen,
For.
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca,
For.
Mr. Julian.
No. Contre.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
CPC 29 is therefore defeated. Brings us to CPC 30. Shall CPC 30 carry?
Request recorded division.
Recorded division on CPC 30, please.
CPC 30, Dr. Hanley,
No.
Madame Kayabega? No. Mr. Nakvi?
No.
Dr. Pawlowski?
No.
Ms. Sidhu?
Against?
Mr. Doherty? Dr. Ellis?
For.
Ms. Goodridge?
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Ms. Blanchette-Jonca?
For.
Mr. Julian?
No. Contre.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
CPC 30 is defeated. Shall Clause 9 carry? Carried on division. Brings us to Clause 10, CPC 31. Shall CPC 31 carry?
Request recorded division.
Recorded division, please.
CPC 31, Dr. Hanley. Dr. Hanley?
No. No.
Madame Kayabega?
Contre.
Mr. Nakvi?
No.
Dr. Pawlowski?
No.
Ms. Sidhu?
Against?
Mr. Doherty?
For.
Dr. Ellis?
For.
Ms. Goodridge?
En faveur.
Dr. Kitchen?
For.
Ms. Blanchette-Jonca?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
No. Contre.
Contre. So 7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 31 is therefore defeated. Shall Clause 10 carry? Carried on division. Brings us to CPC 32. Shall CPC 32 carry?
Recorded division.
Recorded division on CPC 32.
CPC 32. Dr. Hanley?
No.
Madame Kayabega? Mr. Nakvi?
No.
Dr. Pawlowski?
No.
Ms. Sidhu?
Against?
Mr. Doherty? Dr. Ellis?
For.
Ms. Goodridge?
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen?
For.
Breathing from Mr. Hanley is weird.
Ms. Blanchette-Jonca?
For.
Mr. Julian?
No. Contre.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
CPC 32 is therefore defeated. Brings us to Clause 11 and CPC 33. Shall CPC 33 carry?
Recorded division, sir.
On CPC 33, please.
On CPC 33, Dr. Hanley?
Against.
Madame Kayabega?
Contre.
Mr. Nakvi?
No.
Dr. Pawlowski?
No.
Ms. Sidhu?
Against?
Mr. Doherty?
For.
Dr. Ellis?
For.
Ms. Goodridge?
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen?
For.
Ms. Blanchette-Jonca?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
No. Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 33 is defeated. That brings us to NDP 2. Shall NDP 2 carry? Okay, I believe we have, yes, okay, NDP 2 is therefore adopted. So that brings us to Clause 11 as amended by NDP 2. Shall Clause 11 as amended carry? On division. Thank you. Brings us to Clause 12. Shall CPC 34 carry?
Recorded division, please.
Recorded division on CPC 34, please.
CPC 34, Dr. Hanley?
Oppose.
Madame Kayabega?
Contre.
Mr. Nakvi?
No.
Dr. Pawlowski?
No.
Ms. Sidhu?
No.
Mr. Doherty?
For.
Dr. Ellis?
Yes.
Ms. Goodridge?
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen?
Yes.
Ms. Blanchette-Jonca?
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
No, contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 34 is therefore defeated.
Excuse me, Chair, would like unanimous consent to withdraw 35, please.
Mr.
And 36, sorry.
Okay, Dr. Ellis, hold that thought,
apologize.
because I'm going to go back now to the definition section that we had agreed to postpone, and then we'll come back to the preamble. So, as members had earlier agreed to postpone Clause 2, the committee will now consider Clause 2 and its proposed amendments, which can be found on pages 1 to 6 of the package of amendments. So we're now considering Clause 2, and we're at CPC 1. Shall CPC 1 carry? No.
Recorded division.
Recorded division on CPC 1. Please.
CPC 1, Dr. Hanley.
No.
Madame Kayabega.
Contre.
Mr. Naqvi.
No.
Dr. Pawlowski.
No.
Ms. Sidhu.
Against.
Mr. Doherty.
4.
Dr. Ellis.
4.
Ms. Goodridge.
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen.
Yes.
None of
Ms.
these.
Blanchette Jonca.
Bull.
Okay.
Mr. Julian.
No, contre.
Ruling it out of order. Okay.
6 nays, 5 yeas.
CPC 1 is therefore defeated. That brings us to CPC 2. This amendment seeks to make a substantive modification to the definitions clause by adding a definition of Indigenous governing body, a term that is not used.
Excuse me, Chair, request unanimous consent to withdraw.
We have unanimous consent to withdraw CPC 2. I see unanimous consent. It is therefore withdrawn. Brings us to CPC 3. If CPC 3 is adopted, CPC 4 can't be moved because they both define the term National Bulk Purchasing Strategy. So the question for the committee is whether CPC 3 shall carry. A recorded division?
Please, Chair.
On CPC 3, please.
CPC 3, Dr. Henley.
Against.
Sorry.
Madame
Should I
Kayabega.
be on 2?
Mr. Naqvi.
No.
Dr. Pawlowski.
No.
Ms. Sidhu.
Against.
Mr. Doherty.
Four.
Dr. Ellis.
4.
Mr. Good. Madame Goodridge.
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen.
4.
Ms. Blanchette Jonca.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
No, contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 3 is defeated, brings us to CPC 4. Shall CPC 4 carry?
I'm sorry, Chair, there appears to be a bit of confusion. We didn't want CPC 4 in there, so we'll request unanimous consent to withdraw.
We have unanimous consent to withdraw CPC 4. We do. Thank you. It's withdrawn. CPC 5. Shall CPC 5 carry?
Recorded division, please, Chair.
Recorded division on CPC 5, please.
CPC 5, Dr. Hanley.
Against.
Madame Kayabega. Mr. Naqvi.
No.
Dr. Pawlowski.
No.
Ms. Sidhu.
Against.
Mr. Doherty.
4.
Dr. Ellis.
4.
Ms. Goodridge.
En faveur.
Dr. Kitchen.
Yes.
Ms. Blanchette Jonca.
Contre.
Mr. Julian.
No, contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 5 is therefore defeated, brings us to CPC 6. Shall CPC 6 carry?
Recorded division, please, Chair.
Recorded division on CPC 6, please.
CPC 6, Dr. Hanley.
Against.
Madame Kayabega. Mr. Naqvi.
No.
Dr. Pawlowski.
No.
Ms. Sidhu.
Against.
Mr. Doherty, 4. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. Ellis?
In favor.
Ms. Goodrich?
In favor.
Dr. Kitchen?
For.
Mr. Blanchet-Chonka?
Contre.
Mr. Julian?
Contre.
7 nays, 4 yeas.
CPC 6 is defeated. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carried on division. That brings us then to the preamble. And we had an indication from Dr. Ellis, sorry?
Page
9? Indication, Dr. Ellis, that he intended to seek unanimous consent to withdraw CPC 25. Is that still the case, Dr. Ellis? 35. Sorry, 35?
35 and 36, Chair. We can do them both at once.
Okay. Do we have unanimous consent to withdraw CPC 35 and 36? We have unanimous consent. They are withdrawn. Brings us to CPC 37. This amendment seeks to make a substantive modification in the preamble by deleting the words "and carried out in accordance with the recommendations of the Advisory Council on the Implementation of National Pharmacare." As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on page 774, in the case of a bill that has been referred to committee after second reading, a substantive element to the preamble is admissible only if it is rendered necessary by amendments made to the bill. In the opinion of the chair, the proposed amendment is substantive since no amendment has been adopted to warrant this deletion. I declare the amendment inadmissible. Brings us to CPC 38. And in connection with CPC 38, I have the exact same comments and the exact same conclusion. So I'll spare you the reading of the details and simply indicate to you that I find that since the proposed amendment is substantive, no amendment has been adopted to warrant the decision. I declare the amendment inadmissible. Brings us then to CPC 39. And my ruling on CPC 39 is identical to that on 37 and 38. And for the reasons previously stated in connection with CPC 37 and 38, I declare this amendment inadmissible. Brings us to CPC 40. Same ruling, same logic, same conclusion. I declare CPC 40 inadmissible. That then brings us to the preamble. So the question for the committee is, shall the preamble carry? Carry. Carried on division. Brings us to the short title, which is CPC 41 is the first amendment of the short title. This amendment seeks to make an amendment to the short title as a House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on line 775. Titles, whether it be the long, short, or alternative title, may be amended only if the bill has been so altered as to necessitate such an amendment. In the opinion of the chair, no amendment has been made to the bill which would necessitate a change to the short title. Therefore, I rule the amendment inadmissible. Brings us then to CPC 42. CPC 42 seeks to amend Clause 1, the short title, by adding content that appears to relate to another clause. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, states on page 772, an amendment is also out of order if it is moved at the wrong place in the bill if it is tendered in a spirit of mockery or if it is vague or trifling. In the opinion of the chair, the proposed amendment seeks to modify the wrong clause of the bill. I therefore rule the amendment inadmissible. So the question for the committee now is, shall the short title carry? Carried on division. Brings us to the title. So there is an amendment from the Conservative, CPC 43. This amendment seeks to make an amendment to the title, as House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition states on page 775. Titles, whether it be the long, short, or alternative title, may be amended only if the bill has been so altered as to necessitate such an amendment. In the opinion of the chair, no amendment has been made to the bill which would necessitate a change to the title. I therefore rule the amendment inadmissible.
Chair, I'd like to challenge the ruling, please.
The ruling of the chair has been challenged. The question for the committee is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? Can we have a recorded division, please?
Okay, I'm sorry, challenge to the ruling on CPC 43. Thank you, sir. Dr. Hanley. Sorry, this question is, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Dr. Hanley?
It certainly should be.
Madame Kayabega.
Absolument.
Mr. Nakvi.
Sustain.
Dr. Blairski.
Yes.
Ms. Sidhu.
Yes.
Mr. Doherty.
No.
Dr. Ellis.
Absolutely not.
Ms. Goodridge.
No, and go Oilers, go.
Dr. Kitchen.
No.
Dr. Kitchen? Dr. Kitchen, shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Shall the decision...
Sorry, I can't hear. So there's too many mics on, and because of my hearing, I'm not hearing what's going on. So please repeat.
Shall the decision of the chair be sustained?
No.
Thank you, sir. Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca?
Oui.
Mr. Julian?
Yes, and go Oilers, go.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
The question for the committee now is, shall the title carry? Title is carried on division. Shall the bill as amended carry? Carried on division. Shall the chair report the bill as amended to the House? Do we want to show of hands? Do we want to record a division? Okay, the bill, okay, so shall the chair report to the bill as amended to the House? That is carried on division. Shall the committee order a reprint of the bill as amended for use of the House at report stage? That is carried. Is it the will of the committee to adjourn the meeting? We're adjourned.